Wah, 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 wah. Hello, everyone, for Star Trek Saturday night. I messed it up. I should have said Saturday night Star Trek, but I got it backwards. One, I'm starting. I came right out of the dry dock backwards.
Try it
I
again.
think yes. I did what the Enterprise did in Mirror Mirror. I kept, going back and forth and ended up orbiting in the completely different direction. And see, that's what we're missing right there. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you all. Good to see you. What a great crowd we have, as always. I love it. I love what so many wonderful, fantastic friends are here already. And number one, look at it. Look at our great friends. Yeah.
We have so many surprises for you tonight and such great content for you tonight. We're going to have a ball, everyone. Tonight is going to be very exciting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, I will say, of course, love you, number one. Thank you for being here. Talk a little bit about what you have in store if you would like now. And of course, before you do that, of course, how about speak a bit on your wonderful works of science fiction that are out there and available?
Oh, thank you so much, Clobby. I love you very much. Thank you for supporting my work. Yes, folks, I'm an indie science fiction author. I'm trying to find a publisher, and I would greatly appreciate your support. I'm not really looking to sell a whole bunch of units. Basically, that's why my stories are only 74 cents each American on Amazon. I'm actually looking for positive feedback on the stories, although certainly not forced. If you don't like the stories, it's okay. You don't have to give me a great comment. It should be organic. But yeah, I am looking for the support of the community of people who like science fiction and like short stories. Publishers are not interested in authors unless they can show an audience. And thus far, this community has come out swinging for me. You guys are like the Cassius Clay of publishing. I am so honored by the feedback that you've left for me on Amazon. So if you like science fiction, you can pick up one of my stories for under $1 on Amazon. All you have to do is type in RM Briggs. And yes, I really, really would love your positive feedback. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, so tonight, I have roped in my partner in crime to run a wonderful crazy wheel. It's a bit like The Price is Right. It's hysterical. I love using this wheel because it's very colorful and it's lots of fun. Our chief engineer. I've roped our chief engineer, Mark D with a C, in for a draw after tonight's show. So upon closing tonight's show, at the end of the show, we are going to do a draw for 2 people to receive a gift from me. Now, you don't have to buy anything. You don't have to purchase anything. You don't have to do any of that. This is just me telling you that I love you. And how I do it is as we finish each iteration of Star Trek, I like to send out gifts. And sometimes they're socks, sometimes they're this, sometimes they're that. So I'm not going to tell you exactly what it's going to be, but I am going to tell you that at the end of the show, we are going to have a really, really fun time spinning a wheel and picking a couple of you to receive a gift from me all the way from Canada. Thank you so much for supporting me as an author. And thank you so much for supporting this channel and this show. Clabby is my friend in real life. I love Mike. I think that he is a beautiful person. And so this is me just giving that back to you. You guys are the best. And I love you and appreciate you very much. Mwah, mwah.
A fantastic group, absolutely. And before we get on with our acknowledgments, in other words, our hellos to our wonderful, great crew that we have here, as always, every Saturday night. Quick show note. I've got to find it for. Oh, there we go. Actually, the only you know what I'm here. Monday nights, Wednesday nights, and of course, Clobby's Clubhouse on Thursday nights. But in a couple of weeks, it's almost here, and it's going to be the big celebration. Clobbering Times will finally hit 1,000 episodes. And I calculated it down to the day, but I don't trust my math, my terrible mathematics skills. So I'm holding off a little bit until I can make sure I know the day. But because see, this up tonight, this episode is 290 on YouTube, but it's 990 overall. So, so it's close. It's a couple of weeks. I believe it's going to be February the 9th on a Wednesday, but don't. That's not in stone yet. I'm fairly sure that's the way it's going to be. And if it could not fall on a better day, if it's a Wednesday. So anyway, I just wanted to say that is coming up, everyone. 1,000. Some maniac in the cosmos allowed me to do 1,000 of these. I don't know what. It might be proof of something. I'm just not going to speculate what it's a proof of, but it's not good. But I will say thank you to the great JT Kirk for that kind $5 super chat. I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you so much. It says Clobby and Raquel when Saturday night ST streamed Snortopoopas and Salmon on the ocean. JT against the filth. His fist is closed.
Just absolutely beautiful. Clobby and Raquel when Saturday night Star Trek streamed. Snortopoopas and Salmon on the ocean. JT Kirk against the filth. His fist closed.
JT Clark, Clobby, and JT spit in the face of Jar Jar Abrams and Klutzman when the walls fell or something. I don't know. But thank you so much.
His sails unfurled. No, their sails unfurled.
In the case of Klutzman, his face unfurled. Sorry. Oh my goodness! Thank you for that. That was brilliant, though. Thank you, JT. That really was great.
Love you, JT. Thank you.
Indeedishness. I'm trying to make sure I haven't missed anybody. But yes, 1,000. That's really, and I don't know what I'm doing.
Dun, 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 dun.
Monday night. I got to get better about coming up with topics. I'm terrible about topics these days. I don't know what it is. Sometimes I'll get more topics than I know what to do with. Mm-hmm. And then other times I can't think of a topic with a comic show. I'm mad at myself. Or maybe there are too many and that's why I can't choose one. Or maybe I'm just lazy. Actually, I'm just lazy, really, to be honest with you.
No, I think it's just the creative people. They have a bit of a roller coaster ride of inspiration. And sometimes you're on the loop-de-loo. And sometimes you're just approaching the incline. And sometimes you're going down. It's the way it works. But on the way down, you just yell "we" and everything's okay.
We indeed. And I love it when you do that. Well, everyone, we are back on track. We had a great time for our special show last week, and we want a big shout out and thank you to our great Chief Engineer Mark D with the C and our wonderful Communications Officer Anti-Derivative Jill for joining us last week. Now we're back on track. We've got 4 episodes for you tonight, but before we get started, we want to observe our tradition. As soon as I say thank you to Mr. Tickle Trunk for the $2 super chat.
That's
Clobby
great.
beating Abrams a pummeling. Yes.
Clobby meets Abrams a pummeling.
I'm not violent.
Love it, Mr. Tickle Trunk. Clobby meets Abrams. First officer shin kicks.
Thank you so much. But we like to acknowledge all of our friends being here at the beginning and the end of each show. It's important to us because this show, we didn't know any of this was going to happen when we started doing this. We didn't know how it was going to go. We were flying by the seat of our pants as we always do. And it's just kind of grown into something and it's become a tradition here. And I mean, if there were 10,000 of you in there, I wouldn't know how to do it. But there's enough of us to be able to do it and keep it intimate. And so we are all the original crew here. So, and until there are, and by the way, I would shout you all out anyway. But if there were 10,000, I'd have to stop right at, I don't know, Snorty or something. Kidding. But let me, so we'll go ahead and say our hellos to everyone here. Mazarus was the first one here tonight. Mazarus.
Oh, I have a good one I have to show first.
Go for it.
Look at this. Lord Thothy. Clobby, his shin's in pain. The kick's unfurled. Clobby Thoth.
We're going to do this whole show in Dharmakian.
Tamarian.
I like the way Dharmakian sounds. Because it makes about as much sense. Arden Feliciano and Sandra Feliciano. Hello there.
Did you see those two earlier blowing one another kisses? They're the most romantic wrenches around. Good evening, Felicianos, you romantic crazy kids, you.
I did not see that one. Good to see you both. You crazy kids. Mr. Tickle Trunk. Briggs meets filth, the raspberry. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Tickle Trunk. Wolfie, what's up, buddy? Thank you so much for that. A Claboni idling with poop scrapers deployed. Well, I guess I have to show it now.
It's good stuff. Good stuff, you guys.
You gotta
Brought
show
to
it.
you
When you gotta
by
show it.
our resident artist, Hungry Boy.
The great hungry boy. Thank you so much, Wolfie brother. I appreciate you so much, man. Phantom Outsider
Evening.
is here. Good to see you there, buddy. The Comic Relief Crusader. Hail to you.
Hail, Alberta.
The great Lord Thoth. Avon lives. Long live the Legion LT.
You're darn right. And possibly Mrs. LT. I salute both the Thoths this evening.
Salutes to those Thoths. Absolutely. Thanks for being here, brother. Six, the lovely Six. It's always a pleasure to see you here. Thank you.
Hey, gorgeous.
Let's see here. Actually, Clubby, I was a transfer. I didn't join you till you were reviewing. Hey, the original movies. No, you're an original, pal. Kal-El,
No.
man, you're one of us, brother.
Yep, that's true. You're the original Superman, and you're the original community to me, Kal-El. Always will be.
Yeah, you're all originals.
That's right.
Let's see here.
735. Kal-El is 735 all the way.
You're all 735ers to us. J-Man, brother. Always a pleasure, buddy. Good to see you. And
you know what? J-Man is such a kind and smart and he's very clever. He's a very intelligent person. And he has his own channel. And I cannot endorse him enough. He is I cannot believe how few people I see there, and he should have thousands of people watching his stream. What a delightful human being. If you're not following J-Man, please do. Decepticon is usually over there as well. And he is another brilliant person. Just really intelligent conversation with really kind, wonderful people. Please follow J-Man.
Please do. He's got a great channel. If you're a comics geek in particular, he is just amazing, as is Sean, his good buddy Sean. Love those guys over there. Yeah. They are kindred spirits.
They are.
They are amazing. Very awesome fellers. Let's see here. Mr. Angel. Hello there, Chef.
Good evening, Chef.
Absolutely, absolutely. The lovely, the beautiful lady, Sherry. Sherry's good to see you, my dear.
Hey, sweetheart. I hope you're doing well.
Absolutely. Always great to see you, my dear. Snortopoopus.
Snortopoopus!
Cuber! He loves and lives for that one. Good to see you, Snorty. You're a good bear. Mazarus, thank you so much for that kind $10 super chat. You are too kind. Says, first time I've been able to donate to Clobby. This has been an awesome, welcoming group of folks. I'm grateful I found this channel. Well, we are grateful that you found us as well, Mazarus. Yeah. And this is just a great group. I just love all you guys. Just what a bunch of great friends we made. You know, I know if this were at my real comic shop, I would just have so many fantastic friends. Of course, I know you don't buy comics, but still, if we met at a place that handled all that kind of stuff, I know we were geeks of a feather and we would hang out. And so at least we get to hang out like this, and that's important to me. And you're all important to me. And thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Mazarus, that's very generous of you. You have been such a great addition to this community. And we're all hugging you, baby. We're all hugging you back. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely. And guess who's here? Our communications officer's here.
Good evening. Anti-derivative Jill, communications officer extraordinaire. She says, Wesley, when the flowers explode. I love you, nerdy Jill.
Love you. You're amazing. You're awesome, girl. Let's see here. Make sure we're not missing anybody. Okay, we got plenty more, by the way.
Ooh, Pop Culture Republic just walked through the door. Did you grab his name?
I'm writing it down. Hello there, Pop Culture Republic. Thank you for popping in.
Another great friend to this channel. Good to see you.
Yes, good to see you there. Let's see here. J25. Hello there.
Evening, J25.
Welcome. The great enigmatic drop bear. Who is he?
Yeah,
Where
one
is
of the
he?
great bears. I mean, we have 3 magical bears here.
A lot of
An
bears here.
enigmatic drop bear is definitely one of them. Such an intelligent, a wonderful person. I'm so happy you're here, and I'm looking forward to your comments this evening.
Absolutely. Good to see you, ED. Always a pleasure. Thank you so much for being here. That's what's his hair. And he says,
Crap, crap, crap.
one day I'm going to teach you my drivel crap sucks bites blows song. The great Eric K. Thank you. You're too kind. The blonde.
Mwah, mwah,
Yep.
mwah. Love you.
The bronze wrencher. Thanks, buddy. He says, Clobby, let you know a secret. Cal 48 knows Clark.
Really?
Oh, yeah, you're not supposed to be telling, man. Why are you always outing people's secrets on the scene, man?
It's terrible.
Why are you doing that?
Don't tell Eric anything. Don't tell him anything.
Yeah, I mean, he puts them in the chat there.
Shame, double shame on the bronze wrencher.
Bronze wrencher, outing people, man. He's the bronze outer. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Let's see here. Cal L, brother. Again, thank you so much. Hungry Boy. Or better known as, well, he's got a new name, but I can't see it.
It's just Hungry Boy.
Oh, you're Hungry Boy to us, but I always like to read his fun new name.
It's too hard to remember.
I don't have it. Oh, there we go. Hungry for the proper use of metaphors and smiles.
Oh, similes.
Yes, is it similes? I can't see that.
Yes, so a metaphor is a comparison not using like or as, and a simile is a comparison using like or as. So this is Hungry Boy's bone of contention tonight. Watch him gnaw on it. He is the Great Dane. So here we go.
I need to move my damn computer screen closer. Okay. I can barely see it. It was so embarrassing.
No, that shouldn't be embarrassing to you.
No, not for me.
I make mistakes like that all the time. It's because we're middle-aged and our arms aren't long enough.
Well, I don't have any education anyway, so it would be more embarrassing for you, granted, than me. So let's be honest. Let's be honest here.
It's like live radio. Who cares? Poop happens.
Indeedishness. JT Kirk. Hey, Chuck Marble, thanks for being here. Yes, you were here, sir. Good to see you. The aforementioned great Mark D with us here, the chief engineer is out there somewhere.
Yes, he is.
Again, the aforementioned Mr. Tickle Trunk. Thank you.
Mr. Tickle Trunk.
Terrell 72.
Oh, Tyrell's here? I didn't see you sneak in. Good evening, sir.
I try to catch them all. Sometimes I miss them, but you try to catch them all like they're Pokemon popping in there.
Are you folks Pokemon?
Yes, indeed. They are. And they call him Scuba Pete.
Scuba Pete! And Leslie.
Max Redstone, you old rascal, you.
I love Max. Max is he's writer in residence here on CLOBBERIN Times on Saturday Night Star Trek, the purveyor of the best and craziest limericks, well-wrought limericks, and hopefully the author of a publication of said limericks in the near future. Evening, Max.
Good to see you, Duder. Pleasant Valley Pickers, yay, welcome.
Welcome, BC. Nice to see you.
Indeed. Wolfie, the aforementioned Wolfie. Tim's Talk, good to see you, my friend. Just Joe, Jobber, brother. Jobber, yeah, dude, in a couple of weeks. I don't know if you saw the announcement coming in. 1,000 in a couple of weeks. CLOBBERIN Times number 1,000. I hope you can be there, man.
Yeah.
You'll be maybe on a Wednesday. Captain James T. Skywalker, good to see you there, brother.
Evening.
She says it way better than me. I can barely pronounce it. Cyber Soldier, good to see you.
Oh, Cyber Soldier's here. I didn't see you sneak in either. Good to see you.
Well, I think we got everybody so far. Anyone else who pops in, I'll definitely always try to catch it. We shout them out whenever we can between reviews and stuff. So we will get to reviewing, I suppose, folks. We got 4 episodes for you.
We do.
Are we ready to rock and roll there? Number one, you want to do their usual thing with our announcement and stuff?
Sure, let's do it.
There you go. Well, you go for it. And I'm here with you.
Well, if you're just joining us and you're on a podcast and you're not in the live chat, there's an image on the screen. It is the image of a book called Star Trek 365, The Next Generation. It's written by Paula M. Block. She gets a bit of help from her husband, Terry J. Erdman. And of course, this received the blessing of Ronald D. Moore and pretty much everyone involved in the production. I mean, once you dig into the book, you realize it's, all interviews, original source material of the folks who were involved in making The Next Generation. And so this is the 735 Club, folks. What is the 735 Club? It is 1966 to 2005 Star Trek. We review 4 episodes. We're doing it in chronological order, where we blew through TOS, we blew through TAS, and now we are on TNG. Tonight, we have for you 4 new episodes. We are officially in season 5. And round here, what we do is we read from this wonderful text so that we can uncover facts and get rid of fictions and factoids. And then Clobby and I use our combined 80 plus years of Star Trekdom, and we talk about what we think of the episodes. Then we do something totally freaky, totally different than anything else you'll see on the internet. We throw it to the chat, because in this community, this is like being at a con. We ask our chat what they thought of the episode. We throw out grades, and then we discuss it all as a community. We come to a consensus. We talk about the good, the bad, the ugly of every episode. So welcome to the community, folks.
Steve Mitchum just popped in and said he's at death's door. Dude, I'm sorry, not feeling well. Still not feeling well, buddy.
What?
Yeah, he's not doing well, but he's here more or less. I tell you what, I was going to save it for later, but let's do this for Steve Mitchum. We love you, brother, and we hope you're feeling better. It was, of course, the birthday of the great Dr. Leonard McCoy, a.k.a. Jackson DeForest Kelly. And you need a doctor, so we're going to send you one right now.
I had a wee bout, sir, but Dr. McCoy pulled me through.
Oh.
Wee bout of what? Surely that. Oh.
That's for you, buddy. Dude, I hope it's nothing too bad. I hope you're going to handle it, buddy. And big McCoy, get well wishes to you from all of us, bro.
Yeah, honey. And if you're feeling really, really ill, going and reach out and get some medical attention. I hate to hear you say you're on death's door, sweetheart. Just get some rest. And if you're very, very tired, reach out to someone and get the necessary treatment, because you know what? We love you here. You matter to us. We know you. We know your daughter. I mean, you've known Clobby forever in real life. And, you're important. So take really good care of yourself. And we're all thinking of you, sweetheart. And I'm sending you a hug, a big warm hug.
Damn right. Thank you so much for that. Number one. And well, this one's for you, buddy. So take care, and just feel better, and I hope you just get well soon.
Yeah,
we're all with you, bro. So, our first episode of the evening. Go for it.
Here we are, folks. Darmok. This is season 5, episode 2. This first aired on September 30th, 1991. And I will be reading from that said text, Star Trek 365, The Next Generation, written by Paula M. Block. I will be reading extemporaneously because I want to enjoy this with you. I've not practiced it. So if I make a mistake, keep your fruit to yourself, folks. And if you're following along and you have a copy of this text, please turn your Star Trek hymnal to page 218. Let's dig in. Captain Picard attempts to communicate with an alien race known as the Children of Tama, are interrupted when Dathon, the captain of the Tamarian ships, kidnaps Picard and beams him to a nearby planet. After Dathon joins him there, Picard realizes that the alien is well-intentioned and is determined to bridge the communications gap between them. But can Picard master Captain Dathon's bewildering language before he falls victim to the predatory creature that is hunting them both? Darmok ushered in the debut of a Starfleet uniform variant, apparently available only to the man in charge of the starship. Well, that's because he never stopped bitching about it. Anyways, that's not in the text. I'll keep reading. It consisted of a two-tone uniform of bluish gray and black, topped by a partially quilted bomber-style jacket in division colors of burgundy and black. It was less formal than the standard duty uniform and represented a more casual dress option for Picard, similar to Captain Kirk's green V-neck wraparound tunic in the original series. Designed by Robert Blackman to make Picard stand out from the rest of the crew, the variant was created at the suggestion of Patrick Stewart. You mean, okay, so I love you, Paula, but this is actually his third uniform. He has no business wearing blue because he's not a doctor, and he doesn't have a PhD or a doctorate. He doesn't work in the medical field, so he should not be wearing blue. And please, this is the fourth. I mean, he goes through like 5 uniforms because of his whining and complaining.
I always thought it looked gray to me, but you think it's blue?
Yeah. For the first year that I worked at TNG, reveals writer Joe Manowski, Darmok was considered the unfixable script, but Michael Piller was unwilling to abandon it. Darmok is considered one of TNG's finest episodes. However, it didn't seem very promising at the outset. Here's the essence of the Philip Zebnik's original story, as capped by Manowski. An Enterprise away team lands on a planet and splits up. Each member encounters, in turn, a mysterious little alien boy drawing in the dirt, who meets them with one word, Darmok. No matter what the crew member's response might be, the result is that he or she is mysteriously catapulted into orbit, wrapped in some mummification cocoon. Oh, well, that was later used by Voyager. It felt very much like that Bridge of Death sequence in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where the bridge keeper asks a question, and if the knight's answer is wrong, he gets flung into the volcano. Finally, Picard arrives, and when the boy again says Darmok, Picard sits down in the dirt to play with the kid, because Darmok, he realizes, means play. The riddle solved, the away team is released from their cocoons, and all is well that ends well. None of this worked within the context of our series, Manowski explains. But one day, Michael announced that we were going to meet on Darmok. We'd all went in to talk about a rewrite, and he assigned it to me. When we walked out of the meeting, Ron Moore shook my hand and said, "It was nice knowing you, Joe," as if this assignment was my death sentence. Gallows humor in recognition of 2 other writers that Michael had recently let go when they failed to live up to his expectations. And by let go, he means fired. I worked on the assignment for several days and had 0 to show for it, and no thoughts that I could even propose, he continues. So when Michael reconvened the staff to talk about it, I truly thought that I might be fired. But Michael was really excited. He'd just seen Dances with Wolves and was completely blown away by this scene with Kevin Costner's character and the Native American warrior around the campfire, who don't speak a word of each other's language, but finally make themselves understood. Or maybe he just watched Enemy Mine. Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
Michael announced, "That's it. 1 man, 1 alien, alone on a planet around a fire." Yes, refer to Raquel's comment earlier. Enemy Mine. They don't know each other's languages. They struggle to overcome their differences and finally break through the communication. And maybe there's a big monster. And I said, I can do that, Manowski reveals. So I went off for a weekend and wrote a story memo that solved the language problem. In other words, how to get past the universal translator. I laid out a plot and included the big themes of language, communication, and mythology. Michael was absolutely thrilled. It was a true page 1 rewrite. I kept only the title Darmok from the original script because I liked the sound of the word. Oh, there's one more tile. I will try and read through it quickly. As he immersed himself in the script for Darmok, Joe Manowski faced a challenge. Find a reason that the universal translator can't properly decipher the Tamarian language. The solution he found is both simple and complicated. The language would be based entirely on metaphor. That way, Manowski explains, even when you translate the words, you don't get the meaning. To illustrate how this works, I used Juliet on the balcony from Romeo and Juliet. It's an image of romantic longing, but only because we all know that particular story. You need to know the source tale being referenced. Armed with this plan, the writers set out to create a language on a very tight schedule. This was before the internet, Minowski explains, so I couldn't just Google metaphorical languages and come up with a list. I used what I knew right then, off the top of my head. He drew on 3 sources: the work of psychologist James Hillman, a quote by Dante translator John Ciardi, and Chinese historical aphorisms. Hillman's emphasis on all is metaphor was the thing I thought of, Minowski says. That brought to mind a great quote from Ciardi. I hope it's Ciardi. Anyway, it's Ciardi. Every word is a poem, which led me to think that metaphor could be the basis of a language. Then I remembered the extremely dense historical metaphors present in the medieval Chinese poetry and philosophical works like I Ching. I Ching contains ancient oracular statements represented by 64 sets of hexagrams. One identified as the darkening of the light stood out in Minowski's memory. It describes the life of Prince Qi, forced to live at the court of an evil tyrant Chao Hisin, Hsin. Qi at the court of Chao was the first sentence I wrote for the Tamarian language, Minowski notes. But I didn't use it in the episode, or I would have revealed my source. Instead, Minowski created tales of Tamarian mythology. For example, I wrote Shaka when the walls fell, adding just enough imagery to hint at a complete failure, a major collapse of an endeavor, he explains. Although less concise than the Chinese prototype, it would be comprehensible for viewers. A final image came to Minowski late in the writing, when I reached the scene where Picard was to reciprocate Dathon's gift of story with one of his own, he says. I thought of Gilgamesh, which so defines Western archetypes that wound up there almost unconsciously. The fact that Gilgamesh is about 2 warriors who are enemies, become friends, and then one of them dies was a combination of writer's luck and inevitability. Gene Roddenberry died not long after Darmok aired. Minowski recalls at the funeral service, Patrick Stewart mentioned Darmok in his memorial speech, saying that he had done an episode that referenced the Homeric hymns and the root metaphors of our culture. He used it as a way to validate and praise Gene's creation. That moment might have been the proudest I've ever been of anything I've ever written for Star Trek. And that is all the block text has to say about Darmok. What did you think of the episode, and what did you think of the coverage, boss man?
Bruce Lee when he kicked ass. John Wayne when he on horsey roads. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I'd give it a shot. This is just, I don't know. We could. It's one of the most well-liked episodes of all of Trek, isn't it? I mean, it's one of the most famous ones. Anything that challenges you in a way like this, that's what Star Trek is supposed to do. So I do like this episode quite a bit. Fascinating coverage, by the way. A lot of stuff I did not know there. So yeah, I love it.
Good. Good.
It's not. I mean, I wouldn't say it's one of my favorites or anything, but I just. I can't say I fully understand. So someone popped in I didn't know. No, someone I do know. We're all here. I can't say I'm understand all the linguistics of the Darmakians. I know they're Tamarians. I like saying Darmakians. I don't know why. I'm an idiot. So I can't. I think it's pretty confusing in a way, but that's what in the best way possible. Really, what I see, it's bold. It's a bold idea, a bold concept, and I think it's an entertaining episode.
Yeah, well, for me, this is like one of the top of all time. But of course, everyone here already knows that I studied linguistics in my undergrad, and then, of course, studied linguistics in postgraduate at University of Cambridge. So I love linguistics. They mean everything to me, and I absolutely love language. So because this connects with me personally and professionally, for me, it's like It's amazing. I absolutely love this episode, probably more than a normal person should.
It's prime Trek because it challenges you, it teaches you, it makes you feel good about what Star Trek is about, which is ideas and concepts, and I don't know, it's just remarkable, truly
Yeah,
remarkable episode.
I
And Paul
absolutely
Winfield's
love
cool.
it.
We
Yeah.
all like Paul Winfield. So notes.
Yeah, I have tons of notes. Well, not tons,
know
but
you would.
enough. Enemy Mine from 1985. A lot of you know that film, and obviously you recognize Darmok in that film, and it is based on Barry Longyear's novella of the same name. So, if you really liked Enemy Mine, the film, and you love Darmok, it might be a good idea to go ahead and give Barry Longyear's novella, a read, or at least shelf it, in reward for what he's written here. I think he did a wonderful job. I put the debut of yet another uniform adjustment for the ever-complaining Poopy Stew. That's my new name for him now. I'm going to be calling him Poopy Stew.
Well, he did play a poopy emoji once.
He did, yeah. So Poopy Stew is wearing blue. He shouldn't be wearing blue, and that must stop. You need to earn that blue, Poopy Stew. Darmok is one of many Star Trek anagrams. Of course, for this one, Darmok is comrade, spelled backwards, which of course has accumulative connotations in Marxist theory, but also means friend. This episode is loved by linguistic nerds all over the world. This, for me, is a total nerdgasm. Where is Hoshi Sato when you need that gorgeous girl? And then I underlined my question mark. And then I wrote in yelling all caps, Ashley Judd before plastic surgery. And then I put absolutely incredible closing scene as Picard observes Tamarian custom with no one looking on. This isn't performative. He feels Dathon or Dathon's massive sacrifices and high-mindedness. He feels this deep in his heart, and it is very touching. This is Star Trek perfection for me. And that's all I have in my notes, boss.
It is the spirit of Star Trek. How many times have I said that about certain episodes that just do it for me? Because they're so challenging, because they're so, they just feel right about what Star Trek is supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of those. This is one of those.
Yeah, it's just gorgeous. I love this episode. I think this defines Star Trek for me, and certainly, like I said, I'm 100% biased. In my undergrad, I took advanced grammar and linguistics classes that were not required. And then I did my postgraduate teaching certification at University of Cambridge and obviously linguistics are incredibly important in teaching English. So this is an A+++ for me. So this is the very top of Star Trek. But I am saying right now that I am aware of my bias.
Hey, whatever if you liked it just because you like seeing Picard in you say it's blue, it looked gray to me or whatever. If you like it because you liked Paul Winfield's knife, that would be good enough for me. So. Well, I might tease you a little bit if that would be good. But
Paul Winfield is brilliant.
Yes, he is.
He's just absolutely marvelous in this. I just love him.
Andy Masterson, welcome, bud.
Hey, Andy.
Good to see you.
A maker is amongst us. Everyone, sit up.
Absolutely. Well, I give it an A+ as well. I mean, it's just it's when they get it right, they really get it right sometimes on this show, and to start off the season after such a nice, amazing thing as Redemption to go right to one this strong, that's pretty promising here as we start off season 5. So now, my good friends, I will ask you in the chat, our crew out there, what is your ranking of Darmok? And of course, any comments you may have. Go.
The word is given. Fire at will.
The word is given. Yes. Let's see. Given, I'm sorry, I was about to try to metaphor it, but I can't do it. I mean, I love watching the episode, but I could never master it. I would not be able to talk to these people. I'm no Hoshi. All right, let's see. Hey, Mega Cropper's here. Look at that.
And so is a person named Joe King.
Hmm?
And so is a person named Joe King.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah.
Mega Cropper. And let's see. Where? I'm trying to find him. Maybe I, how do you spell it? Joking.
Yeah.
Did you say joking?
Yeah, Joe and then King.
Oh, Joe King.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you tagging these for me? Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. You can go ahead and help, but I'm good. I'm just trying to get them organized for you while we go through it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you, Mega Cropper, and it's good to see you. Thank you for popping in. All right, let's see here. I will. Well, we'll start with the great Kal-El. How about that? Kal-El says A+. With the episode reviewed, with the episode reviewed, this episode successfully conveyed that even though humans and the Federation in general are enlightened, frustration can still set in when success isn't. I'm sorry. Initially achieved. Although Picard was forced into the situation, his diplomatic skills served him well in the episode. Even Riker made an effort to try his hand at diplomacy. And let me find your third one here, buddy. Where are you? I know you probably marked the third one. Maybe it's way down. Oh, there we go. Okay, got it. I love this new thing. This new toy here. As long as it didn't do what it did to us last week.
Yeah, when it froze last week, that was terrible.
Horrible. Which is quite a feat for him. Overall, a very well done episode that added to the series rather than detracted from it. Indeed, sir. Thank you so much. Go back up to the top here. Mr. Tickle Trunk says A++. There are many tropes in sci-fi that exist for good reason. We humans are the same, but so many of our issues stem from a breakdown in communication and misunderstanding. Picard, face and hands. On a second. Getting to it. There we go. Today, Picard face and hands, I guess. Okay, it looked like a continuation. I'm sorry. Today, this episode means even more to us as the Star Trek of today. I'm sorry, the filth. There you go. Thank you for correcting that. Is no longer fit for purpose as it doesn't examine humanity. Star Trek filth. When the franchise fell.
Yep.
Star Trek filth when the franchise fell. I like that.
Yep.
Hang on, we got more though.
I totally agree.
Be better if there we go. All right, now. Okay. The miscommunication trope was done the best I've ever seen in sci-fi with Darmok. Mm-hmm. The solution is not only diplomatic, but we understand exactly what is being said. Sokoth, his eyes uncovered.
I love Mr. Tickle Trunk.
Let's see here. If this were STD or BS, Picard, the solution would have involved explosions, violence, etc. Even today, I get a bit emotional when Picard shares the story of Gilgamesh. Look at the Tomarian's eyes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Let me find the next one. I got. Hang on there, buddy. We're on the way. There we go. Paul Winfield, Captain Dothan, is an 11. Is it 11-10 actor?
11 out of 10 actor. So he exceeded expectations as far as Mr. Tickle Trunk is concerned.
Oh, I caught it. I had to make sure I was reading it right. Through a makeup and prosthesis, he conveys the yearning to not only learn, but to connect with someone he shares nothing with. Then, Temba at rest.
What a good point he's made here, Captain. that it is very difficult to convey emotion when you have prosthetics on, and when you have a great deal of makeup on, or even when you're wearing a visor. And some actors take it as a
That's right.
challenge, and they're able to give such a compelling performance beyond that, you have respect for them. You're not only immersed in the character, but when you walk away from the story, you have so much respect for them. And so yes, Paul Winfield is just outstanding here.
He is amazing. The best science fiction is timeless. This episode is very poignant when we need a little more Darmok and Jalad on the ocean. Trek at its best. Darmok is Trek at its best. Sorry, that's I get for trying to go too fast. Darmok is in my personal top 5. Chef's kiss.
Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of chefs, Mr. Angel.
Captain, I must interject very quickly. The wonderful Mr. Your Muslim uncle has walked through the door, as well as Nirat Anaxamandaber. Good evening.
Oh, welcome, my friends. It's great to see you. I'm so happy to have you here, as always. And Nirat and your Muslim uncle, fantastic. Always great to see you. Mr. Angel says A+ to the nth degree.
Love it, chef.
Indeed, the chef is the chef, and he's making something for us good to eat right now. I know. This is what Star Trek is about. It's got it all. It's got it all. Alien. Yeah. All right, let me start over because and wait a minute. Pulling the screen. Now I'm moving up closer to my damn screen because I'm tired of. Sorry, everyone.
We love you, Clobby.
No, you don't, and stop loving me. I don't deserve it. Every idiot. A+ to the nth degree. This is what Star Trek is about. It's got it all: intellectual challenge, drama, action, the brotherhood of men, and aliens. I lack the words to praise this episode. No, you don't.
So
you did fine.
Enjoyed it.
You did quite well. You didn't lack anything there, buddy. Appreciate you, Mr. Angel, the chef. J.T. Kirk says A++. A top 10 episode. The impact on pop culture can't be ignored. This episode represents the best of Trek in many ways. Counselor Camelto is not a linguist.
No.
Dathan's uniform is TOS-like and cool.
It is.
Indeed. The Comic Relief Crusaders says F. Wow, this whole episode is a ripoff from the movie Enemy Mine. There's a slight similarity, but I mean, it's a razor thin similarity. I'd have to say Comic Relief, but it's just based on Barry B. Longyear's novella of the same name, Whom I Met. Okay, I learned a little how to write from him. Everyone's entitled to like or dislike. There you go. It's cool, man. But it's no problem. Although, aside from two adversaries, being on a planet with a similar situation, I can't think of too many similarities beyond that. I mean, in Enemy Mine, there were two guys that crash landed that were fighting a long, brutal war against each other.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't. There was a communications barrier of sorts for sure, so you got that a little bit. Mm-hmm. But in this case, it's totally different. I mean, Picard was taken down there against his will, in order to. On the part of this, their captain, the other captain, he wanted to establish relations with him. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't like he was fighting some brutal war against him or anything like that. So I would say what similarities they are fairly superficial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's really it really rips off Enemy Mine and the Epic of Gilgamesh, and it sort of it takes bits and bites out of
bits out of them,
it takes bits and bites out of a bunch of stories and storytelling traditions. But I can certainly see where the Comic Relief Crusader is coming from if you wind back to September 30th, 1991, because of course back then that would be fresh in your mind, especially the prosthetics. So I think with a little bit of time you can become far more forgiving. But I do see how the visual effects create that link. It has for many people, but like Clobby said, they're borrowing from a lot here. So not just that novella, but definitely, Yeah, the Epic of Gilgamesh. Certainly, in the text, Paula M. Block says that Minowski borrowed, and Philip Lazebnik borrowed from the Epic of Gilgamesh. But having studied the Epic of Gilgamesh in university with a very, very respected comparative literature professor here in Alberta, I would definitely say that Darmok borrows a great deal from the Epic of Gilgamesh, and it was more than just, I happened on it by an accident, like Paula M. Block says. So
most things borrow from something. I mean, let's
right.
just face it. I mean, it's not a whole lot new under the sun, and it's what you do with the material, even if it has familiarities with other things and other sources. A blatant ripoff's one thing, but if something is just similar to something else, I mean, that never really bothers me personally too much. But everyone has their own thing about that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So Zathras says A+. Paul Winfield was what am I doing? Put it on the screen. Paul Winfield was great. Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
Very underrated actor. Best work would be a few years later as General Richard Franklin in Babylon 5. Yes, he was great. Yeah. I loved him in that. He was the doctor's father. Great actor.
Yeah. Wonderful person. I love him. I also love his beautiful voice.
Yeah, he's really good.
He has a beautiful voice.
Oh, absolutely. In says B+. I was not keen that a race that talks in metaphors only has clothing, weapons that look more primitive than the Feds, spaceship aside. But this language is more complex than ours. Okay. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Well, I hear you. I understand that. Hungry Boy says, let's see. Sorry. Says, this app.
We have a bot.
Uh-oh. I can't really get to it.
Somebody kill that. I can't touch it.
Oh, you do have the authority.
I can't do that.
Oh, thought you did. Oh.
No, I don't have the authority to do that. If I did, I'd be zapping that sucker now.
Somebody else zap. These bots are just dumb things. If they're like any of the other ones I've been seeing all day, they're just some silly name with some crazy. It's just garbage. They're not even interesting bots anymore.
Mm-hmm.
This app featured a great monster, well realized and shockingly well wrought for TNG, and that was vital to this episode because, hang on a second there, Hungry Boy, I will get to the next one. Got to find it. Oh, there we go. A Kmart monster would have distracted the audience from the cerebral elegance and symbolic majesty of Darmok. Interesting, yeah. That's for sure. Some cultures speak more metaphorically than others. Irish are infamous for this. Dathan is for this. Oh, for this. Dathan is honorary Gaelic. Here's so. Let's see here. Was that 3? That was 3. Yeah. I hope it was 3. I want to make sure. I think it was 3. Okay. I hope I didn't. Did I miss one? Oh, I already knocked it out. Oh, well, I think that's it. What happens if you understand someone's words perfectly, but their syntax is utterly impenetrable to your own? That's pure sci-fi. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Let's see here. Okay.
I love our community so much. In the chat, we have Mr. Angel saying, I reported the bot and will hunt him after the stream to punish him. No worries. And then Anti-Derivative Jill is reporting, no damage to the forward shields.
We have a good ship and a good crew.
We do. I love it. I love it.
This savage alien is in show. I always say that word. And now I have a problem with that word. In bestial. I can't. That word I've always had a problem with. Bestial, because I'm an idiot. I have no education. Everyone needs to know that, by the way. I didn't make it to kindergarten. Dathan is okay. I was in kindergarten, but I didn't pay attention. All right, I was there, but Dathan is poetic and arcane. This challenge is anathema to Picard's chronic blah blah blahism. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Brutal, Hungry Boy. For those of us whom faced a language syntax barrier, but made a new friend, this is an unmitigated AAA plus baby dolls.
Mm-hmm.
He gave it a AAA battery.
Yeah, that's really high from him.
Absolutely. And now, of course, we have our great friend, the Enigmatic Drop Bear. Would you like to do the honors, number one?
Absolutely, absolutely. Enigmatic Drop Bear, one of our magical bears around here, has a 4-parter. He's giving this one an A+. The audacious abduction of Picard and the Temerian communication blackout created an interesting dichotomy between the two on the planet and the crews of the 2 ships in orbit. Nice. Whereas the motive behind the abduction was to forge a bond through a shared experience against a common foe, the communication barriers catalyzed animosity between the crews. During the prologue, Picard made the point to Riker that the key to communication is patience and imagination. Through his actions, it would appear Riker largely failed to comprehend this message. Good point. 4 of 4. This is not a criticism of the story. Instead, it, along with the concluding exchange between Picard and the Temerians, demonstrates that patience, imagination, and tolerance are key. Yeah, I can definitely tell, even from the tone of your voice in your message, Enigmatic Drop Bear, that you enjoyed this episode as much as I did, and for the same reasons. It's incredibly satisfying, and yeah, two men that couldn't be more different. Find one another and create this magic. It's a human triumph. I mean, it happens in the Epic of Gilgamesh as well. You know, Enkidu is this wild man, and of course, Gilgamesh is a king. And so you have these 2 people who couldn't be more different, and yet they come together through these challenges, through life and death, and then they become life and death friends. And it's a beautiful story. We love it, and we have this in the Homeric hymns. We have this in the Epic of Gilgamesh. We have which is Sumerian, and we have it in our modern mythos. It's a beautiful story. I wish we had more of these stories, because this kind of story, this way of storytelling, people love it. I miss it. I don't know about you, but I miss it.
Pleasant, excuse me, Pleasant Valley. Let's hang on a second here. Damn it. Pleasant Valley Pickers, CA, Darmok, A+. Great episode. Thank you so much, sir. Snort a Pooper says, B+. While this is an interesting idea, a culture whose language is based completely on metaphors and storytelling is well acted and presented. I do not find it at all believable. Try to imagine what I do. Whoa!
Can I please interrupt for 1 second?
Oh, look at that name there.
Yeah, you tapped on it by accident. I was just hitting those right now. He has a 3-parter. Everyone, Esh is here. Here, and so is Keely Chow.
Esh. Oh, I already started Snorts. You want to go? Do you want to start his? You put number 2.
No, I actually started. I don't understand why it hit hide.
Oh, I was trying to knock out. I always when I do one, I take the star off because it helps me.
Okay, so
and
maybe
I took the star off of Snorties.
Yeah, so I think what happened is that there may have been a delay, and then it just changed the order in which they were in. So and then we ended up canceling each other out, or that one got hit. But don't worry about it. Just continue, Captain. Everything's good. And Ash, I love you.
It's good to see you.
Satshri my brother. It is so good to see you.
You still have his then? Good. Okay.
I do. I just started them.
Every time I do one, I unstar it after I finish it because it helps me.
Good
it really
stuff.
helps me
Good
keep track.
stuff. I'll stay out of your hair. I'm only on the live. You stay in the star.
I love that you're starring them for me. You had helped so much. I'm telling you, it's fantastic. This is the best thing they've done. In spite of how they screwed us up last week.
Yeah,
this is the best thing they've done on StreamYards in a while for me.
So true.
Try to imagine any dialogue in a movie, a news broadcast, a passage from a book, or an everyday conversation, etc., including specialized and technical vocabulary entirely conveyed in metaphors. That's the kind of thing that made me, but then I just figured I was above my pay grade, so I just go ahead and like the episode anyway, because it's just still an idea that's amazing. And
Well, it depends because it would be there would be a complexity there. So like when linguistics teachers use this in their classrooms to teach their students about linguistics, to teach their students about what makes up grammar, and you begin to take it apart, you do see that it is plausible because you have this subject and then you have the verb and okay, I'm not going to sit here and do parsing for you and teach you all how to parse. But the bottom line is that it would be plausible. It would be incredibly complex, and it would be a deeply visual thing. And but I can see how some folks would be like, how do I deal with that? And I welcome you to go and look up something called tree diagramming. We do it in linguistics. We do it when we're teaching English, and certainly in advanced grammars. So please go and look up tree diagramming, and it might help you to sort of picture how you could have these chunks, sort of like how we use idioms. Like when we somebody in the chat name an idiom, because I have stream brain, but any idiom that would be completely incomprehensible to someone who does not speak English, they would think to themselves, well, this is 5 words, how can this only mean one thing? And so we don't just learn through form and function proper. We also learn through hearing what those things are referring to. So when we have these idioms, we're not learning through single words that provide a single function. We're learning chunks. And I wasn't prepared to talk about this tonight. I guess I should have been, so that I could show some grammar and demonstrate what I'm saying. But yeah, look up tree diagramming.
this is number 3 of his. Well, I do understand what well, look, I don't know any of that stuff, so I bow to you on that one, and but I understand what snort means. But that having been said, Snortapoopas at Taco Grande with a skillet. Translation: a wonderful example of the underlying philosophy of Star Trek, but lacking in logic. Hiding now. No hiding necessary, buddy. Well, for me anyway. I mean, I don't know if you're going to get your Arctic char and your chin scritches, so. From Raquel on this one.
Yes, you're definitely getting Arctic char. You're definitely getting chin scritches. For sure. Somebody throw that stuff in the chat for our bear.
Well, here we go. Let's see where we're at. Wolfie says, rating A, the pacing, acting, and storytelling is spot on here. Paul Winfield is amazing, period. Yes, indeed.
Oh, can we stop for just 1 second? Yes, Hungry Boy, thank you. It's difficult to be like I've had to pronounce 6 different languages in the last 10 minutes, and now I'm sitting here talking about comparative literature and now grammar. And Hungry Boy is helping me here. He put out the idiom. Yes, I'm over the moon. So here's a wonderful idiom that you can sink your teeth into, Snortapoopas, and realize how scary it would be for someone to see this pronoun, and then we see this contraction, and we see this I'm, and then over the moon. And so you have this article, and then you have the noun, and then you have the verb, and together this chunk is creating this idea in your mind. And it's not literal. No one is actually going over the moon. So this would take like a 2-hour lecture that I would need to prepare for, but I would like you to consider idiom and linguistic chunks and tree diagramming. And I love you. You're a good bear. Chin scritchies. And thank you, Hungry Boy. Love you, love you.
Well done, Hungry Boy, of course, as always. The only real argument I can make to what does not work would be assuming that no one in this area of space knows who Darmok is or how to talk to this species. Yeah. Let's see.
Hey, the Nerdporial life form just walked through the door.
Hey.
Evening, Nerdporial.
The Nerdporial, good to see you. Welcome. Let's see here. Where we're at. The computer seemed to have all the detail from somewhere to put the puzzle together. None of this really takes you out of what is a great science fiction story. Fair enough for that as well. Let me finish. I'm sorry, Sandra. Let me finish up. Wolfie, then I got yours. This Starfleet bomber jacket does not work for me. It's the pleather yoke.
Yep.
Let's just get to the jumpsuits.
Yep.
Skirt ka with the sleeves too loose. Too loose. I mean, designers in winter with their eyes closed.
Yeah, totally inappropriate. And that's the thing that I keep talking about is every time they change the uniforms, they make them hotter. And everyone wondered why they smelled so bad on set. Well, just stop it with the poopy stew, tips from Poopy Stew. What does Poopy Stew know about sartorial choices? Absolutely nada.
By the way, Zathras, I'm sorry, dude. Sorry about your Packers, buddy. He probably knows by now. Sandra says, in order to have a story use this metaphor, the story has to be known. How did society learn the story without telling the story? Good exploration of learning to communicate with others. Yes.
Oh, does everyone know that Snail Messiah is here?
I didn't know.
Snail Messiah just walked.
Told me. I can't see the chat. Remember,
he's here, honey. Snail Messiah is here. Put him down on the list. Snail Messiah.
Snail.
Good evening, fine sir. And I will tell everyone in the chat now, put down your garlic butter, put down your escargot forks, because Snail Messiah is here. We don't want to scare him off.
Yep. See, I never know who's in there when doing this because I got this going on. Raymond Feliciano says A+, a great episode trying and succeeding in getting common ground. Poopy Stew's outfit, blah.
I love Raymond.
That's right. Lord Thoth, B+. This one is a great episode. Great story, challenging puzzle, a fun, true Star Trek adventure. Well written, great acting, and smart drama. Star Trek has some of the best guest stars of all time. Mm-hmm. High praise from the LT, buddy. Thank you.
True.
Max Redstone says A+, except for the fact that Counselor Troy is utterly useless. This is a true Star Trek episode. When is she not? She usually is. Usually.
It's funny. It's funny that he should say that because I'm annoyed by her too.
I think most people are at this stage. And it has really almost little to do with Marina Sirtis herself. So, Some Outsider says A, but there is one scene that they should have done, and that is when the aliens captain gets frustrated. He should have done a face palm. Picard's face palm thrown right back at him. That's Pat Stew.
Yeah, Poopy Stew.
Poopy Stew. I like that.
And says, are snails a thing in Canada like they are in France? Yes, they are. And we definitely mentioned it here because Mark, he eats sea bugs and creepy crawly things that gross Clobby out. So we always mention it because it's hysterical when Clobby gets grossed out by anything like that.
I don't know how you eat that stuff. But Eric K says B+. I wonder if P-Hard went back to apologize to the monsters, to the monsters family lately.
Yeah, exactly. I love you, Eric K. And guess who just walks through the door, boss man?
Who's that?
Our great friend, our wonderful and intelligent friend, Michael Beacom. He says, good evening, Clobbering Times and Raquel. I'm sorry I'm late. Sweetheart, it's okay that you're late. We don't mind. We're just so happy that you're here. So pull up a chair or get comfortable and dig in, sweetheart.
Let me tell you all something, all of you. There's no such thing as late. No such thing as late. You come hang with us when you can. We're just always just happy to see you here. So, let's see here. Pop Culture Republic says B+. I found it an interesting episode that was memorable. One of the episodes that have stood the test of time.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. There you go.
Totally agree.
Scuba Pete says A. Shaka Khan.
Shaka Khan.
When the beat
Shaka Khan.
I knew he was going to throw something at me. I feel for you. Seriously, love this episode and And the juxtaposition of using old-fashioned brain power to communicate in this highly technological world.
Yes, that was a good tune. Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan. An oldie but a goodie. Love you, Scuba.
You can
Love you,
always count on
Leslie.
the Scuba, man. Max Redstone has a limerick for us, folks. All right, are we ready?
Dun, 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 dun.
Do my best, Max. Always try not to mangle him for you, brother. I know I usually just disappoint you, but here we go. Let's see here. Picard, his head bald, his jacket red. Riker, his beard unfurled, his uniform red. O'Brien, when the transporter demand. Troy, when she does not understand. Wesley, when he bled. Told you I'd mess it up, but still, great one. Great one, sir.
So good. I love Max.
Our wonderful communications officer, would you care to do the honors? Number one.
Hello, you gorgeous nerd. Thank you so much for taking the time to make these beautiful responses, Jill. She's got a 3-parter here. She's given this one an A+, and she's saying communication by imagery was a clever workaround of the universal translator and creates beings who speak in obfuscation. But it is strange. They expect everyone to know their stories. Yeah, you kind of hope at that one point that there would be like interplanetary stories. Do you know what I mean? Like you would have one story from this planet, one story from this planet. Anyway, this language may seem inefficient and impossible, but it is detailed that Temerians have different thought patterns. Memes could be a current corollary. Yes. Hieroglyphics are another. Yes. You would definitely be welcome at that lecture. Yeah, it takes about 2 hours to really talk about this kind of thing. And it's nice to have material prepared to show people how it works. So I love that you're bringing this up, Joe. Data and Troy don't go beyond their Google search before giving up their Google search. But everything Picard does on the planet makes up for this. I love every second. Gilgamesh and Enkidu at Uruk. Jill, what a fabulous review. I love
Lovely,
it. Stand
Jill.
up and take a bow, beautiful. And I love that she said that about the Google search.
Well done, Jill, as always. We love you. Chuck Marble says, straight up A+, Star Trek at its finest. Yes, it was a tad hard to follow, but that's the way it was intended. The audience experiences the same confusion and even frustration as the crew. In my opinion, sometimes the universal translator makes things too easy. I was delighted they showed some alien languages. They showed, I guess, that some alien languages are so different, the UT doesn't solve everything. Wish they'd done it more often. Interesting, absolutely. Loved the two crews in orbit experiencing the same confusion Picard, Dathan were experiencing on the surface. There's some TV show episodes that are worth viewing many times. This is one of them. Absolutely, Chuck. Thank you so much for that. Very great points. And I am just so thrilled to see this young man here. We miss you, brother.
Yay!
The great Ash. Ash, welcome back, buddy. One of three here says, it's TNG. It's all A. All. I have to challenge you on some of those, buddy. A++. Wait, A++. Howdy, everyone. Just popping in to say, hey, been a while. Love you all. Love you too, buddy. Miss you, Clobby and Raquel. Miss Mark D, the DGG, and all friends in the chat. Well, we miss you, brother. We miss you, brother.
I love this human.
Hope everyone is doing great. Amazing to see so many new faces and everyone giving their scores and unleashing their inner Ash with their Ash picks. Love you all. Hope you're having fun. We are, and we're just so happy to see you, buddy. Reading everyone's messages, Clobby. OMG, just realized Raquel is reading them too. You go, girl. The Ash pick legacy lives on. Much love, all. And take care. Live long and prosper. The great Ash, folks. Buddy,
love
we miss you. We know it's late over there, and please stop by when you can, brother, because we really miss you, man, and we appreciate you.
Yep. Love you, Ash. And if you love gaming, Ash is one of the kindest people you will ever meet in your life. And Esh has a channel, and I think Clobby has it in the description of this video.
Below. Yes.
So, you know, if you give him a follow, you could learn a lot about gaming. He is a gaming geek to the nth degree. He is unbelievable and a very, very kind and well-mannered person. So please stop on by and learn about Esh and give him a follow.
Scuba, that would be a no, because I know I'm in Louisiana. I know what étouffée means. You can't trick me with that shrimp stuff.
I highlighted that because I wanted to ask: is étouffée? Is it shrimp?
It's a dish with shrimp in it. I'll know that much.
Okay. I was just wondering if étouffée is the brown sauce, but
well, I know I've heard of shrimp étouffée, and then maybe they have other stuff, but I've never heard of cheeseburger étouffée. So I know he's trying to stick me with some shrimp somewhere in there.
He is. Chef. The ship has a chef. We have a chef, a very capable chef. So Mr. Angel, would you please put in the chat what étouffée is? I would love to know.
Nirana Axamander says I rate this episode an A+. I think although it was a knockoff of Enemy Mine, Darmok did it better, or at least was a lot more fun. I also appreciate the very rare references to the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yes,
indeed, and
yes.
Is there any real world version of a language like this?
There is. Well, we actually have this written, and there is philosophical and poetry works in Chinese. And so if we look to I Ching, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I know that the CH is like going down a rabbit hole in the 7,099 languages that are alive and well in our world today. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, but I Ching is I, obviously, and then Ching, CHING. It is that is an example of a philosophical and poetic works that use metaphor to convey language and thought and a communication. So I hope you will give it a read. I don't know of a good translation of it. I could look into it and make a recommendation if you would like. But thank you for the question.
Nerdporo Live Forum says Darmok gets a 9 out of 10. Question: did the Tamarians understand the Enterprise crew? No, they didn't. I remember they clearly did not. Was it only the humans who did not understand Tamarians? Been a while since I've watched. No, it went both ways. They didn't. They were baffled by each other. Sorry, I heard my name in question. It was making coffee. What's the question? Raquel wants to know what étouffée is.
Yes, specifically, what is étouffée?
And I'll go Michael Beacom. Thank you so much. He gives it a B. Been a long time since I've seen this, but I recall thinking that cross-species communication was always made way too convenient. Ever try using Google Translate? Science returned to fiction. There you go. And our final review, everyone, because there we go. Étouffée is a dish of shellfish simmered in a sauce made from a light blonde roux of over rice. Okay.
Okay, so it is blonde roux, not the brown roux. So thank you very much. I just wanted to know that. It's important to me. I used to be involved as a restaurateur, so I just wanted to know. Very cool. And then Mr. Angel says, it's a dish found in both Cajun and Creole cuisine, typically served with shellfish over rice. The dish employs a technique known as a smothering, a popular method of cooking in the Cajun and Creole areas. Thank you so much, Mr. Angel. Love you, love you. Thank you.
Our final review of this one, so we can scoot on to the next one, folks. Of course, we always like to wait for our chief engineer to bring up the caboose because we appreciate that. So this is, again, I hope we caught everyone. If we missed anyone, I'm sorry. You could try to grab us later. But this combined effort of being able one to star, one to read, that's really helpful. I love it. A+ for the great Tabak D with a C. I still can translate, comprehend Darmok. Metaphors are hard. I think, do you mean can't or can't? I don't know. Despite that, I think he meant can't. Despite that, this episode exemplifies Trek, Idic, and learning to understand new cultures.
Yep.
They may not have made new friends, but as Picard says, at least they're not new enemies. It would be nice if more people took this to heart when communicating, learning
Yeah.
to understand instead of confronting.
Yes.
Good point, buddy.
Love you, Mark.
Okay, let's see. Was that a Joe King or a Joe Kling? That popped in earlier. I think it's Joe
I
King.
don't know. Is that Yorgo? Is that George? I don't know if that's him.
Who?
There's a Greek gentleman. He is a wonderfully and preternaturally gifted comic. I don't know if he writes the comics too, or if he just illustrates them, but he's really, really talented. And I met him a few times, and I was on a stream with him a few times when I was with Orville Nation, when we were covering the show, the Orville show. So I know that he has a comic called Joe King.
Okay.
And so I was just wondering if it's George, which is real. His
I got a
actual
glance
name
at
is Yorgo. But,
when I went to the chat, I got a glance at it and it jumped on me. I couldn't see it very quickly.
Yeah, his real name is Yorgo. He's George. He's a very nice Greek man and a very talented artist. He writes comics and illustrates comics. I'm pretty sure he writes them too. But yeah, and the comic's called Joking. So if you're out there, Yorgo, yes, sir.
Anti-derivative Jill, thank you so much, my dear, for the super sticker. You are too kind. Thank you. We love you, Jill. All right, I think we're ready for. Are we ready to move on to our next episode?
We are. It's Ensign Ro, folks, which, is another a minority race woman in Star Trek in 1991. And she's a brilliant powerhouse. So much for the filth, right? This is season 5, episode 3. This first aired on October 7th, 1991. And let's stay copyright compliant, shall we, folks? I will be reading excerpts from Star Trek 365, The Next Generation. It's written by Paula M. Block. She gets a bit of help from her husband, Terry J. Erdman, and of course, the blessing of Ronald D. Moore and company. Please turn your Star Trek hymnal, if you have one, to page 221. I will be reading extemporaneously. I might make mistakes, and we'll learn together. Everyone's doing row, row, row your boat.
Row, 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 row. Oh, I get it.
I hope there's enough bourbon in the beans, snort a poopus. Here we go. The crew is unsettled by the arrival of Ensign Ro, a disgraced Starfleet officer of Bajoran origin. Although Ro was previously court-martialed for disobeying orders on an away mission, resulting in the deaths of 8 crew members, Starfleet Admiral Kennelly has pardoned and assigned her to the Enterprise. Her ostensible mission is to persuade Bajoran rebels to stop attacking and raiding Federation colonies. But Picard soon learns that the rebels, displaced from their homeworld by the Cardassians some 40 years ago, were not to blame for the attacks, and that Kennelly's orders to Ro are very different than those he conveyed to Picard. While Rick Berman seldom spilled the beans to the press about upcoming story arcs for The Next Generation, he regularly allowed Dan Madsen, the president of Star Trek, the official fan club, to interview him for the fan club's magazine. It was a goodwill gesture that typically paid off in fan enthusiasm and, of course, ratings. As season 5 approached, Berman dropped some interesting hints about a brand new character whose debut was in the wings. We have an episode coming up that focuses on a character who might very well reoccur, Berman told Madsen. This is an alien woman who was in Starfleet but got into a whole lot of trouble a number of years ago and was court-martialed, booted out of Starfleet, and sent to prison. She is now back for one specific mission, so she's a woman with somewhat of an attitude. She develops a special rapport with Guinan. She's a very interesting character, played by actress Michelle Forbes. The same actress who played Dara in last season's episode, Half a Life.
Mhm.
Thus, weeks before the episode aired, the fans were primed to welcome Ensign Ro, although they had yet to learn her character's name. And there is another tile. Please turn to 222. Would you be surprised to find out that the guys in the Star Trek writers' room weren't given access to any more information about the future of the Star Trek franchise than the fans were? We
Nope.
knew that a new show called Deep Space Nine was going to be starting up, and that the producers wanted to create a character they could spin off, says writer Naren Shankar. Naren, that could be Naren, but I'm going to say Naren Shankar. Then there's show's in-house science consultant, but we weren't privy to a lot of their plans at that point. There was a lot of discussion of Ensign Ro and where that character was going, concurs Ron Moore. We heard that Michael Piller had plans for the character, but we didn't know too much about that show, just the basic concept. But clearly it was heading in a direction with the Bajorans and the backstory that was developed in Ensign Ro. It was a weird time in a way, continues Shankar. We were the established show, but this new one was starting up, and you couldn't help thinking, we want to be on the shiny new thing. Behind the producers' backs, the young guns, as Shankar jokingly refers to the group of writers, all primarily in their mid to late 20s, mocked the mysterious new series. When they first revealed that it was going to be set on a space station, Shankar notes, we said, a space station? What? Are they going to wait for adventure to come to them? One day, Brandon Braga was ranting about that and said, wait, I could see it now, episode 13. And zooming his hand through the air as if it were a spaceship, he knocked over this cup filled with pencils and goes, "Arr, da, ar, da." Shankar chuckles at the memory. Filter that through the prism of jealousy, and I think you'd be somewhere around the truth, he says. Ironically, while the writers were curious about where fate would take Ro Laren, Michelle Forbes was not. She reportedly enjoyed her periodic visits, 6 in all, that is true, to the Enterprise over the next few years, and was well liked by cast and crew. But she eventually declined the offer to join the cast of Deep Space Nine, opting to leave her career plans open-ended. Thus was born an opportunity for the actress Nana Visitor, who would soon fill the boots of an equally strong-willed but ultimately very different Bajoran character on Deep Space Nine, former freedom fighter Major Kira Nerys. And that is all the block text has to say about Ensign Ro. What did you think of the coverage, boss man? And what did you think of the episode?
Very interesting indeed. First, let me say thank you to JT Kirk for that $2 super chat. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. He says, old Bajora Kenobi. Oh, you mean old Bajoran Kenobi.
Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Thank you
and I
so
get
much.
the inside joke. That inside joke is in my notes, and I love you for it, JT Kirk. You know
Nice.
I love you for it.
I really like this episode a lot. I've always have. I really like her. She was a breath of fresh air as a character to me, a character with a chip on her shoulder. Again, just as Barclay was a nice change of pace when he was there, and he was there a little bit less, granted. But someone introduced into the crew that wasn't perfect, that was certainly had a past and had a bit of an attitude, and of course played for me just wonderfully by Michelle Forbes. So I can't say enough how much I've always loved this episode. And I just really love Ro, and she helps every episode she's in. I think, for me anyway, I really like her a lot.
Yeah, I think for me this signals a change, and it's obvious that we're in October 1991, and we're getting very close to the death of one of my science fiction heroes, and we can see this, and we can see this Ronald D. Moore narrative emerging. And so we're seeing a lot more conflict in the characters, and we're moving away from science fiction, and we're starting to get more into these interpersonal things. So it's not my favorite episode, but I do think it's a solid episode.
I hear you. I mean, I was when she popped in and it looked like, and again, until the next one, or two. Hello there, Vigilante Williamson. I never seen you pop in here before, I believe.
Good evening, Vigilante Williamson. It's nice to see you.
Yes, indeed. Honored to have you stop by, brother. I just really liked her a lot, I guess, because I don't know, there's something about her character. I liked that she was coming from a tough background. I mean, and yet she was in Starfleet. There's certain things that about the episode that that left me a little bit puzzled because they never explain why she's so infamous. They just say it a couple of times. We don't know what she did, really, other than she blames herself for the deaths of those people. So I found that interesting. And although I think there should have been a little bit more explanation about that.
Yeah, and I don't like that loose end. You know, I love the Bajorans, and I'm just going to cut straight to my notes. So I wrote in my notes, Bajorans, Bajora here in not Bajor or Bajorans. We have brow ridges. They are here today, and they are gone by her last appearance. So by appearance 6. Those brow ridges are gone. And of course, I noticed that being a cosplayer. The Bajoran earring is not Starfleet. Put that away. I thought that was a little odd. You know, if somebody wanted to wear a Death Star in Starfleet, they should be able to. If you know, so yeah, I don't know how I feel about the whole Bajoran earring thing, but I do understand that when you're in the military, you can't be walking around with a huge thing of jewelry on your ear, lest someone rip it off and take your ear with it. I think this is a solid episode, but more politics than science fiction.
Yes.
And science fiction, it's very important to create this distinction that science fiction is intended to help us grapple with the future, with technology, with science, and navigating alien contact. So we don't do that here. We're more concerned with introducing this character to sort of launch Deep Space Nine. And trying quite desperately to hold on to Michelle Forbes because she's such an outstanding actress. So not my favorite episode, Boss Man. I'm just going to go ahead and say now that I only give this one a B+ because, as everyone in the chat knows, I'm not a geek. I don't collect comics. I don't know a lot about films. I don't know anything about gaming. I'm not a geek. I'm a nerd. I'm an academic. And I really like science fiction. And this isn't science fiction for me. This is more an interpersonal thing. This is Ronald D. Moore world building. And he's world building for the next iteration of Star Trek. And so we get this interpersonal thing here where, you know, Gene Roddenberry in real life is about to die. And here we have Ronald D. Moore bringing in this conflict that Gene hated. Gene hated these episodes where we would focus on the conflict between characters. He thought it was kind of cheap and kind of opera-like. And he actually wrote in the Bible, in the Star Trek Bible, that it was not to be a space opera. So I'm going to be a little bit harder on this episode than the average bear. I would also like to welcome Janet from another planet.
I was going to do that too. Janet.
Interplanet Janet. She's a galaxy girl.
I hope you're doing feeling better, Janet. Great to see you, my dear. One of the things that aggravated me about the episode is I'm really not fond of the bad admiral crap. To be perfectly honest with you, I don't like that. But I still gave it a B+ for mainly because of her. I liked her as a character. You know how much I love Gene. I don't have to tell you how much I respect him, but I do think it's okay to put some conflict in there, and I don't mind having a character that's a little different. Now, again, I would have liked it explained why she had that bad rep. I think that should have been done. That's where they dropped the ball. I totally agree. It's not necessarily really a purely science fiction episode, but you know, the Trek does that sometimes where they're dealing with diplomatic things and different stuff like that. So, I mean, but you're right. They were using it to start setting up their Deep Space Nine.
They were, and everyone knew it. And so it kind of cheesed some people off. And I also don't like that loose end. So I also don't like the evil admiral. And I didn't like the fact that she used the word again in her consultation with the captain. So, or was it Guinan? No, I think it was when she was with Guinan. Yeah, it was Guinan, not Picard. But she conveys to Guinan, you know, oh, I've got myself in this situation again. So what do you mean? So there was another mad admiral that managed to rope you into, betraying your position in Starfleet and betraying your morals and your ethics. Well, then tell us. Let's have it now.
Yeah.
You've said again. You've broached this topic like 3 times now. Let's have it out. What did you do? Oh, we
we'll never know.
Zap. Somebody zap that bot, please.
Got it. Well, no, someone else got it. We'll never know. We'll never know. But like I say, I just like, and I fully admit I really just kind of like it because I like her, and I like, not just because I like Michelle Forbes, which of course I do. I really do like them introducing a character with some problems and that isn't perfect, that doesn't fit in with the rest of the crew a little bit. But I think she was very well written in all the episodes she was in after this. I mean, this one, she's first starting out. But I think they integrated her into the episodes for going forward pretty well, and it is interesting to imagine what Deep Space Nine would have been. I love Kira, obviously, but what would it have been with Ro? I mean, she'd have been first of all, she would have been a Starfleet person, not a Bajoran. I mean, even though she fought in, I don't know, it would have been a little different. But no, yeah. So I like the episode. I go with a B+ personally. Now, what are the ratings for you, from you, my good friends? Start with your ratings and comments you may have on the episode Ensign Ro, if you're done.
So the captain has given the word. Please fire at will. What do you rate this episode? And some brief comments. Do you have anything that you would like to reflect on? I really like what Nirat Anaxamandabear said here. Ro wasn't bad. I'm just glad she wasn't a regular on DS9. And for me, I have to agree with that. And I'm also glad that she wasn't a regular on TNG.
I wish she'd have been on more TNGs personally, but I do think, and I would like to have seen her on DS9, but not in Kira's role now.
No. Nana Visitor, I think, is just absolutely amazing.
Did I unstar once you start already? I'll let you do the starring.
There's a burp. There seems to be a burp between you and I.
No, I just, it's a habit for me to start now, so I may have unstarred somebody.
That's okay. We'll get them all, boss.
But in fact, you got to be way better at starring them than me, because you won't miss any like I do. Probably. So I'm saying. So anyway,
I got my bifocals on, boss.
Okie dokie. I don't have. I have mine on too, but they don't do any good. I don't really have bifocals. I have 2 pair of glasses. Not even kidding. I do wear 2 pairs at the same time. Zathra says B+. Enough said. If you say it's enough said, buddy, it's good enough for me. A Mega Cropper says A+. Controversial, but top 5 episode for me. Okay, there you go. Nothing controversial about that I could see.
No, nothing controversial about that. Michelle Forbes is an amazing actress, and everyone loves this character. I think she's badass. I think she's marvelous, but I find her her lashing out and being insubordinate, I find it completely inappropriate for the TNG environment. And I'm also a hardcore nerd, not a geek. So don't mess with Gene Roddenberry. When he's on death's door, when he's about to die, and he has made it very clear what his feelings are about his series, that's not the time when you say, hey, I got an idea. Let's start with some conflict amongst the characters. And push it hardcore. Like there's always been conflict amongst the characters. So people, when they say that it had no conflict, they're full of crap. It always had conflict. But here he puts the pedal to the metal. We go from 60 kilometers an hour to Mach 2. So yeah, I find it a little annoying. I'm not going to lie.
I understand. Absolutely. Sandra says B. Ro was a flawed, real character. She carried a chip on her shoulder because of her history, but she was also open to learn and grow. Showing her heart wasn't totally hard. And that's true. She was, I think she really grows as a character. I think they did a good job with her after this. Mr. Angel says B+, simply because I have a massive, giant crush on Ensign Ro. With that earring, she is mine. You all hear me? Mine. Please don't tell my girlfriend. No, secret safe with us. I'm simping here. Story-wise, MWA. Story-wise, D. So,
nice.
He's got two ratings there.
Okay, I get you. I get you, honey. I get you.
We'll let you get away with it. Just this is one time there. Mr. Angel, thank you. LT says B minus. It is good seeing that the TNG episodes are getting strong. Forbes is a good actress, but in my opinion, I am glad Visitor got the DS9 spot. Yeah, I am too.
Yeah,
Shout out to BSG Admiral Kane. That's right.
Yep.
Mr. Tickle Trunk says B politics down thumb down. But I like espionage and a good redemption arc. The reliance on misguided Federation admirals can get tiring. Oh, yeah, tiring.
Yeah.
Oh, it does. Like Guinan played a part and built a bridge without being a MacGuffin. Yes,
Yep.
I like that too.
What a great comment, Mr. Tickle Trunk. You can sit at my con table anytime. Let's hoist a pint and have a cheeseburger, but no etouffee on it.
None at all. The Comic Relief Crusader says, I give it a B. I love her character. That is not the ordinary cardboard cutouts that all the other crew members are. She has a past and adds a good dynamic and alt point of view. There you go. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Hungry Boy says, in honor of Max Redstone, mine will be a doggerel rhyme, but not a true limerick. Okay. Well, let me find it. Hang on, sir. Gotta
Mr.
find
Tickle Trunk says 2 cheeseburgers, but no beer for me. I got you, baby. I got your back.
Cheebaga, cheap. Okay, Ensign Rowe. And Ensign Rowe. An anti-ho. Traveled afar to do good. Conundrum supplied with Rowe, which Rowe couldn't deny. Shook faith upon which she stood. Oh, wow.
The anti-ho.
You, sir. You.
That's very good. I was not expecting that. That gave me a genuine belly laugh.
Doesn't he have some more? Was that the only one?
I think that's it.
Oh, I thought he had it. Okay, well, that's not a...
That's all I can see on my side.
Oh, no,
on my side, it's solid blue right now.
Okay, no, he does. Oh, he has a 3.
Oh, yeah, there's a 3 and a 4. I've started them. One at 44 and another at 44.
God, I was trying to find 2. Do we have 2?
That's okay. Oh, you're looking for 2. Okay, let's find 2.
I mean, was that the one I just did? Was that 1? I think that was 1.
Go look and see if you can see 2 now.
Let's see.
Should be at 44.
Oh, you put it there?
Yep.
Okay, let's see. Hang on. Oh, no, let's see, 44.
Yeah, that's 2 of 4. Ensign Rowe, the anti-ho.
That was 2?
That was 2,
okay,
yeah.
Good. You're good. Cardassian sass pulled out of their ass. Attempted contrivance most vile.
Wow.
But Rowe's noble soul, its range now controlled.
Ooh.
Helped Pihard deceive them with style.
Ooh.
Saying I want more Rowe requires no further rhyme. A solid A- from me. Yippee.
Yippee.
You man. Hungry boy, you something.
Very nice, Hungry Boy.
You're
Very
something.
nice.
Ins gives it an B plus. Interesting, says in.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Let's see here. And they call him Scuba Pete says,
Scuba Pete!
Hey, Rowe, you bajoring my way, dude. I'm coming after you, man. We're gonna have to have a little conversation.
Are you bajoring my way?
Oh, so stunning! I appreciate this episode more now as an adult, knowing where we're going in DS9. Thank you, Scuba.
What an articulate and beautiful thing for a man as handsome. Like, Scuba Pete is a big, handsome guy. And it's very nice to hear a man speak so respectfully of a woman and to use those words. It's incredibly kind to call a woman stunning. Scuba Pete, you got class. I know how you got Leslie now. Now I know how you got Leslie. Lock that down.
Snort. Oh, I might be helpful if I highlighted it there. Snort says B. Roe is an extremely discordant figure aboard the Enterprise, which makes her a joy to watch as she completely clashes with the attitudes of a crew so used to their utopian societies. Roe is also very perceptive and completely, and I guess it means completely rejects Troy's attempts to be friendly, but is more than willing to become friends with a competent counselor, Guinan.
Yeah, Guinan's the real counselor.
Yeah, she's the real counselor for sure. Riker is very insistent about Roe conforming to Starfleet uniform regulations, despite the fact that Counselor Obvious is constantly wearing completely non-regulation uniforms. It gets addressed later by this episode. Maybe there is an exception made for on again, off again love interest with cleavage, but telling someone not to wear a symbol of their faith, bad. Decker unit, bad. Let's see here. Admiral Kennelly is the unfortunately all too common rogue Starfleet admiral that shows up far too often. Indeed, it seems that the personnel department isn't too good at vetting potential officers. Isn't that the truth? That really always gets on my nerves. The bad admiral.
Yeah, they need the Clawbony for the admiral branch of Starfleet. Just send in the Clawbony. Get rid of all those admirals.
It's terrible. The proper use of Bajoran names seeming odd to humans is silly. Many cultures on Earth have the family clan name preceding the personal name. Good point. Let's see here. Now, Raquel, if you would like to do the honors for the great enigmatic drop bear.
JT Kirk says admirals and commodores. Yes, and commodores. I love you, JT Kirk. Okay, so enigmatic drop bear, our wonderful bear, another bear. We have 3 magical bears here. Enigmatic drop bear is one of them. Let's do this. This is one of 3. He's given this one an A. He says the wonderfully feisty and passionately independent Ro Laren, played sublimely by Michelle Forbes, is the embodiment of the disaffected Bajoran. God, I love enigmatic drop bear. Oh.
There you go.
This episode established the plight of the Bajorans, emphasized the deception of the Cardassians, and exposed the gullibility of some Federation officers. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, here again we have Guinan sidelining Counselor Cameltoe and doing an exemplary job of filling the role of ship's counselor. Enigmatic drop bear, stand up, take a bow, drop that mic. You are amazing. I love you. Beautiful, well-wrought comments.
Indeed. And now we have our lovely first listen. You're our lovely first officer. Our communications officer.
She's got a 4-parter here, so not quite an Esh pick, but our lovely and nerdy Jill says B+. A good challenge of the Prime Directive and an ensign with an intriguing mystery about her court-martial that we won't find out about provides ripe fodder for further stories. It's odd that the same captain who told Geordi it's easy to transfer a problem to someone else regarding Barclay would balk so much and be so derisive toward Ensign Rowe, whom he knows little about. Yeah, he's kind of but she also is so insubordinate. I hate that she's so insubordinate. I want her to be feisty, but I want her to follow the rules. You could be feisty and you can be strong, but you can follow the rules. I'm an INTJ, so I'm a rule. I like to follow the rules if they're good ones. 3 of 4. Where's the man who took time to learn to communicate with the alien species who now cannot even listen to a Starfleet officer? Yeah. Guinan is forced to bridge the gap and does splendidly. I agree, beautiful. I agree.
And then they fail to tell us why everyone's so down on her, because they just you're supposed to take it for granted because they kept saying, yes, she did something bad. She did something
She's
bad.
A disgraced officer. She's a disgraced officer. Okay,
but they don't tell you why.
Do?
They just she even says something about she was responsible for these deaths, but that doesn't tell us She's saying that. She might just feel responsible. They don't expound upon it, and that's a problem for this episode for me.
Yep. So 404, our lovely nerd says, Picard not taking the time to get through to the troubled officer demotes this. But Ensign Rowe, the subterfuge and ultimate reveal of Cardassian manipulation earns an A alone. Dun 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 dun.
Well done. Indeed, indeed. The Bronze Venture K says C. Meh. Disrespectful. Send her back to Prison Planet. Found her annoying always. I thought you with an eye for the ladies that you have, I'm shocked at you.
Yeah, but just
Shocked.
because somebody's good looking doesn't mean that they aren't annoying. You know, Eric has great taste in ladies, and you know, you can have a gorgeous woman who is just, you know, it's like rubbing your hands on a cheese grater or unprotected on a mandolin.
I'll have to take your word for it. I mean, yeah, absolutely. That's what I meant to say. I meant to say, oh yeah, no, if they're beautiful, they're automatically. I mean, they can still be annoying. That's what I meant to say. I just got confused. I just had to be a perv on it. I couldn't help it. All righty. Well, let's see here. Narat and hello there, Narat. Says, I give this a B+ because Kira Nerys was a better character. Nana knocked it out of the park constantly, or consistently, maybe even. Mm-hmm. Well, no problem. No argument there. She was great. Not a big Ensign Rowe fan, this one. But
some of the comments in the chat, I'm not going to repeat them, but they're hysterical. I love you guys so much.
I would just say Eric being the terrible, lecherous sort he is, I thought he'd have been all over. You know, a fan of Ensign Rowe. I'm shocked. Shocked. No, I'm sorry.
He would just be like, shh, honey, shh.
Wolfie says a 1 of 3 rating. Rate A. OMFG. Michelle Forbes is amazing.
Yeah,
agreed. This may be one of the most influential episodes for the next 10 years of Trek. Cardassian, Bajoran occupation, and the birth of the Maquis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, true. A brilliant character with tons of baggage. This character shines when put in the worst of situations, and with our baddie Admiral of the Week. Yeah, that's Admiral stuff. Turning down DS9, no, but it's cool because we got Nina. Is it Nana? Nana. Yeah. Too bad they could not do some more tie-in with Kira Eddington or Tom Paris. It would have been nice to at least see her Rowe appear on an episode or two of DS9, though. I thought that would have been nice.
Mm-hmm.
Should have.
Hey, Dadman walking. Dadman clan is here, everyone.
Dadman, what's up, buddy? I can't see anything, so
he's commenting on all the cool comments that are going on in the chat right now. I love you all.
Good to see you. Good to see you. JT Kirk says B+. Well acted. The attitude towards the captain out of prison or not made Picard look really weak. Just sitting there and taking it. I'm glad the Bajoran name was picked over Bajora.
Yeah, I think so. And, you know, JT Kirk, the thing is that, you know, I think it's incredibly important to question authority. You know, it's built into my personality. But the thing is that I always follow the rules and I always comport myself with dignity. And I see those rules through and use those rules to their fullest. Being incredibly insubordinate and rude is just not necessary. There are ways of being incredibly strong and challenging authority and bucking the trend and saying, no, you're doing it wrong. You don't have to come right out and say that. You can demonstrate it instead. And that's something I like to do. So I just don't like it when people are like, no, screw your rules. And then they walk out of the room. I think it's kind of, those kind of people aren't worth my time.
There you go.
We got a bot.
Nuke him, somebody.
Yeah.
Max Redstone says B+. Ensign Rowe is better than Wussy Crusher. He means, and is probably responsible for the deaths of less people. Once again, Crusher and Troy are shown to be useless lumps. Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Guinan shows that she's the true ship's counselor. This episode feels like a forced introduction to the Bajorans, but way too many loose ends for my taste.
I totally identify with every single excellent point you've made there, Max.
Well done. A minus for Ray Feliciano. Raymond says, I love her character development and the building of the Bajoran issue that will carry to DS9. I also hate the bad admiral trope, which hurts the grade.
Right,
Yeah.
Raymond? Like, it's like, especially for those of us who have been around since 1966, it's like we're like, ugh.
Yeah, it's really getting old. Phantom Outsider says, B, remember, she is one of the few other than Shelby to not like the Decker unit. True. When someone doesn't like the Decker unit, it tries to emote sadness and fails as Decker units always fails.
True.
We have a limerick. Limerick time, folks, from the great Max Redstone. Let's see if I'll do my best, buddy. Here we go. Redbury, here we go.
Redbury.
A new ensign's reputation is hard bitten. Riker tries not to show he is smitten. We haven't forgotten the admirals are rotten. They're not born that way, but it's how they're written.
Oh!
Wow, that's great. Max Red song. Take a bow. That's
love you, Max.
Phenomenal. Oh, I never do his work justice. He's amazing. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. Michael Beacom says, gives it a C+. Obvious spinoffs are not known in Trek, Gary 7, anyone, but doesn't mean I have to love it. I always liked Ensign Rowe as a character. I have come to believe that Gene missed it. Let's see. Gene missed it about it says 1 of 3 there, but the other one says 2 of 2. So if you got another one, or maybe just he'll tell us about missed it. About people in drama, perfect people are boring, and the idea that everyone in the Federation was totally perfect, I think, hampered TNG for the first several seasons. Of course, swinging.
Okay, let's stop there for a second.
I don't see if there's any more.
Gene wasn't totally against the interpersonal conflict. It was the fact that it was a military vessel. And with a military vessel, you have to comport yourself with dignity, and you have to follow the chain of command, and you can't be insubordinate. And also, he didn't want too much drama placed on people's personal lives. But, look at Amok Time. Look at the hundreds of examples where we see interpersonal conflict and people with family issues in Star Trek. But just the thing is that he didn't want that to be the most important thing. And so for me, what I'm getting at, Michael Beacom, is that as after Gene is no longer involved in Star Trek takes a very sharp turn towards this interpersonal, more kind of soap opera kind of thing, just like Babylon 5 and DS9 are more of a, sort of, these are the lives being lived in space instead of this military vessel science fiction exploring the universe. And so it's different to be all or nothing, and for one thing to be a primary idea over the other. And so here we can definitely see Ronald D. Moore turning the ship towards more, let's talk more about the characters, let's talk more about how they feel, and we see a lot more of this insubordination and so on and so forth. So it wasn't that Gene was against it, it's that Gene didn't want it to be the primary idea, and he also wanted us to remember this is a military vessel, these are astronauts, and they need to work together and be very professional, because they're going to be in space for 5 years together, and so they can't be mucking about, having sex with one another, fighting all the time, arguing, bringing their family on to argue and fight, and all of this. So that's where I'm coming from with that. I hope that explains my position.
Absolutely. And his third point is the swinging. He previously wrote, swinging the pendulum so far that everyone is an emotionally damaged, dysfunctional infant. the filth, Picard, is bad too. Shakespeare's people from 450 years ago are familiar. The 23rd century will be familiar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah, I totally agree. It's true. It's just too much. But I think Ronald D. Moore, why I jumped to Gene's defense is I think Ronald D. Moore is a little too vocal with the press and a little too vocal with these people who write books in oh, Gene Roddenberry got it wrong and Gene Roddenberry got it wrong. And, when's the last time you saw an interview where Gene was poop talking his writers or poop talking his producers or calling these people out and calling these people down? He never did that. And they forced him to do everything. They forced a different doctor on him than DeForest Kelly. They forced Patrick Stewart on him. They forced Johnny Fakes on him, and he never complained. So I don't like the airing of the dirty laundry, and I also don't like the fact that they make it seem so extreme. If you read the Bible as Gene has written it, it's not that extreme. It's really just calling people to use their own common sense and keep it a science fiction story about a military vessel with astronauts on it.
There you go. Excuse me. There you go. Kal-El says, Ensign Ro was an incredibly well done episode. Ro's progression from defiant attitude initially to trusting both Guinan and ultimately Captain Picard when she finds herself in a moral dilemma was well told and never seemed forced. Unlike the filth, where she would never need help from anyone, Ro ultimately learned how to trust and rely on others to solve her.
What a great point. Hey, problems. Sir John. Sir John's here, boss man.
Sir John, hey, welcome, Sir John. Her problems, which showed real growth. A really good episode, which introduced a very well developed but flawed character.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Yep. Excellent.
Chuck Marble says AB. I guess he means AB. Okay. A B for me. A good way to pave the way for a new series, but some of it seemed a tad forced. Let's introduce a character that's edgy, but why is she edgy? More backstory would have helped.
I love that Chuck said that.
I can see that.
She's edgy. Take our word for it. She's edgy. And then they never follow up with why she's edgy. Articulated perfectly, Chuck. I love that comment.
They did do some of it, talking about her past, the way she grew up on Bejor and all that other stuff. They did it. They just left out kind of one element for me.
The key.
Yeah. About what got her, what put her in jail is what kind of needed to be a little bit.
Yeah, we desperately want to know.
Yeah. It introduced changes that I didn't and don't care for in Trek. Loved TOS as a kid. The Making of Star Trek was my favorite book. So I understand and loved Gene Roddenberry's vision for Star Trek and the future. I don't care for soap opera styling in Star Trek. Look at the soapy mess Trek is now. Yeah, there you go. I also don't care for the corrupt Starfleet Admiral aspect. It doesn't fit the Gene Roddenberry vision. Riker was a turd.
Chuck Marble, you are nailing it tonight.
I liked Picard not jumping to conclusions, seeing something isn't right, taking time to find out what's going on with Ro. Liked Guinan's part in the ep. Liked Forbes' performance.
Yep.
Yeah. Indeed. JT says, let Ro vacation on Rurapente.
I'm sorry, I had to star that. I love that comment. That's such a good comment. Love you, JT.
Chuck Marble also said, in my opinion, the more Ronald D. Moore became in charge, the more Trek declined, culminating in the god-awful nemesis that killed the films.
Yep. That's a fair comment, honey.
A
fair comment.
A lot of people love that guy. Not me, but a lot of people. B+ for the great Mont D with the CR chief engineer. Love the introduction of Ensign Ro, although I think Picard might have thrown her in the brig after their first encounter. And it illuminates how the real truth in a conflict can be hidden. Let's see here. Who are the good guys? And that the Federation Prime Directive can hurt people. Kiev. And the Federation has pledged not to interfere in the internal affairs of others.
Mm-hmm.
How convenient that most that must how convenient that must be for you to turn a deaf ear to those who suffer behind a line on a map. Politics were well handled in this episode. Take that, STD.
It's true.
And Michael,
you can't always interfere. And yeah, Michael's responded to me here, and he says, I do not endorse Ronald D. Moore's direction of change. Science fiction is harder to write. It's not only that, it's a dystopian science fiction, and interpersonal science fiction is quite easy to write. Hopeful science fiction that Gene Roddenberry wrote, and people like Andy Weir, that kind of stuff is really difficult. That hopeful outlook that doesn't pull headlines out of newspapers and then, sort of force you to imbibe how someone else views them. It's easier to do that than it is to write hopeful stuff. It takes quite a person to do that. Look at DC Fontana, look at Andy Weir, look at Gene Roddenberry, look at Kuhn. These are people who could write positively. And so it's an art form. And then Michael Beacom says, Gene was quoted at the time that all personality flaws would be fixed by the 23rd century. No, that's actually totally incorrect. He did not say that all personality flaws would be corrected by the 23rd century. What he did say is that the approach to these types of issues that we have, these interpersonal issues and these psychological issues that we have, that people would be so edified, that people would be so educated, that they would seek out remedy. So they would constantly be working on themselves. And this is an aspect of humanism, and it's also an aspect of self-actualization, edification, which means that you're constantly seeking to be a better version of yourself the next day. So you wouldn't be, chawing on the bone of your greatest difficulties or your character flaws. You would be aspiring, kind of like what Jill and I were talking about in the chat earlier. This idea of you're trapped in a very small vessel, given how long you're going to be in space, 5 years. And this is a military vessel. With astronauts on it. And so I think the further we get away from this idea that we're on a military vessel, which later iterations sort of reject, it's not really a military vessel, it's a science vessel, they say, that changes the narrative. And this idea that they're not astronauts, but they're merely on the Love Boat, and there are children on board and so on and so forth. So this is a very complex issue, but Gene had a distinctly different version. Astronauts on a mission, a military mission for the sake of Earth, and then later a collection of planets, of people with this same idea, rather than this idea of the Love Boat and working out what's wrong with you. So I hope you can respect that perspective.
What Zathras, I understand. I'm so sorry about that loss, but listen. Well, are we ready to get on to our next episode?
Yes.
All right, here we go, folks. Silicon Avatar.
Or as I like to call it, The White Whale, Moby Dick by Herman Melville. This is season 5, episode 4. It first aired on October 14th, 1991. So I'd like to remind you all that this is 1 week before my wonderful Gene Roddenberry, as someone who I look up to as an author and as a science fiction fan. This is 1 week before he died. And guess who just walks through the door?
Hey there, James
Caserta.
Hello there, James. Welcome.
Evening, hon. Nice to see you. Long time no see. I'm so happy that you're here. Okay, folks, I'm going to be reading excerpts. Let's stay copyright compliant. I'm going to be reading excerpts from Star Trek 365, The Next Generation, written by Paula M. Block. Please turn your Star Trek hymnal to page 223, where I will read from extemporaneously. Let's do it! After the crystalline entity, which years earlier killed the colonists on Omicron Theta, or Theta, as they say in English, attacks another colony, Picard joins forces with scientists Kyla Mar to hunt it down. Mar has been searching for the entity for years, ever since it destroyed her son. You mean killed her son? But Picard's determination to find a peaceful way to stop the creature's onslaught of humanity is at odds with Mars' obsession with revenge. Is the good captain passing the buck when he instructs Mar to plead her case with Data? Perhaps, but there's a reason for that. Picard really isn't the focus of this particular tale. It's Data who, by all rights, should be front and center in Silicon Avatar. 4 seasons earlier in Data lore, it was Data's brother Lore who drew the crystalline entity to Omicron Theta. The death of those 411 colonists, including Mars' son Rennie, is part of Data's family history. So by redirecting Mars' attention to Data, the captain is simply keeping the story trajectory on track. In this version of Moby Dick, oh, I'm glad she concedes that, Mars stands in for Ahab, bent for, that should be bent on, that's the wrong preposition. Bent on revenge against that huge crystalline space whale. And who could blame her? Losing a child has to be the worst possible thing any parent can go through, teleplay writer Jerry Taylor says. Silicon Avatar was a hard episode to write because I was trying to imagine and live those feelings. It was very depressing or distressing. It's understandable for viewers to feel empathy with Mar. Her sense of loss is timeless and universal. But at the same time, a point of view favoring the Prime Directive can be simply understood. If the entity is sentient, it can communicate, then the Enterprise can't destroy it. But Mar, who feels no compunction to follow Starfleet's moral code, kills it anyway. Okay, well, Paula, honey, that's not very good rhetoric. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. That's not good rhetoric, darling. Was she wrong by destroying it? Uncountable lives likely are saved. And as no less a philosopher than Spock once said, logic clearly dictates that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, or the one. Mar will be punished for her transgression, if not by Picard or the Federation authority, but by her own conscience, after Data dispassionately informs her that her son Rennie would have been saddened by her actions. She will no doubt live with this for the rest of her days. Is it any wonder that Picard passed the buck? And that is all the block text has to say about Silicon Avatar. A bit of dodgy rhetoric that I'm going to address later. But what did you think of the coverage, Captain? And what did you think of the episode?
Well, I don't know. The coverage seemed more like commentary, I guess. But I liked the episode. I think there were some uncomfortable elements to it. I mean, some questions. Again, look, hey, that's not a negative. If something can make you uneasy about a moral question, which I think this episode does pretty well, and it's pretty good Trek science fiction. It's on the whole, I think it's a good, solid, entertaining episode. And let's face it, any in Data we trust. Any episode that has a good amount of Data character stuff, and this has a little bit of that, is a help as well. I think there's some good Data bits in here. So on the whole, I do like this episode. There's certain things I'm queasy about. Yes, try to communicate with this creature. First of all, is it really addressed that how did Lore communicate with this creature? And they don't really seem to talk enough about that.
Yeah, and that's because I think it folds the script in on itself and the whole story becomes illogical. So, I've said this before and I've never spoken this way in public before about anyone, but you are my Star Trek soulmate. And it comes as no surprise that you would develop the same line of thinking in regard to the rhetoric in this episode. So once you broach what happens in Data lore, Silicon Avatar becomes almost fodder for the clawbony, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, but well, again, is it clear? Okay, is it clear? We know that first of all, that Lore was communicating with it. He was talking to it.
He was.
Is now that doesn't necessarily mean that the entity understood any of our concepts are good versus evil, or if he was just leading it around by the nose, saying, "Here's some food for you, go eat that," or directing him. But he was speaking to it. So I don't know, that made me, yeah, it's always sat with him like, wait a minute. I'm not saying that meant that the entity understood, yeah, I'm going to go eat these humans and all these other life forms, and I don't give a crap about them. Screw them. Thank you. Thank you, android guy. Yeah, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying it needed to be addressed more for this story to make more sense.
I think so, and I think that's this story's biggest flaw. And I get quite heavy into the illogical progression of the rhetoric in my notes. So I'll get to that when we get to my notes. But yeah, I totally agree with you, and it ruins the episode. And so
Yes.
Here you have the Jerry Taylor writing this teleplay, and once again, I mean, it's my understanding, and I think it's Wolfie who's into this weird stuff like I am. Wolfie has some nerdy tendencies, less geeky, more nerdy. I think it's Wolfie. I think Jerry Taylor was supposed to be in charge of continuity here, wasn't she? I'm pretty sure that she was hired to do the continuity in here.
Well, they mention lore, but they just don't mention enough.
Yeah, but if they did that, then the whole story falls apart. So I'll read my notes, and then you can sort of see what I think about this, and you could see if you agree with me. How does that sound?
That sounds great. Go for it.
Okay, so my first note is Slutty Decker unit is no Imzadi today. Bye-bye, Imzadi. Welcome, Slutty Decker unit.
I like
Take
that
out your hazmat suits, folks. Dr. Marr holds her tricorder upside down in the cave. This is ironic because Geordi later compliments her on her technical prowess with their equipment in the next scene. So she holds the tricorder upside down, and then in the very next scene, Geordi's like, oh, you know our computers so well. And she's like, well, yes, that's the benefit of being a scientist who works with so many different scientists. I know all of these operating systems. I know all of these computers. Meanwhile, tricorder upside down, Dr. Marr.
Oops.
Yeah, she even I don't even think she says thank you. She's so pompous that she's just like, well, certainly. I work with all sorts of equipment. So yeah, so that I found hysterical, obviously, because of the irony. And then in my notes, I just put, it is odd that Starfleet takes the position that the crystalline entity is like a sperm whale. So here we see this comparison to the sperm whale. In any other case, when and if the aliens have a face, it is automatically considered mass murder. Sperm whales, ironic given the fact that this is ripped off from Moby Dick, cannot communicate using multiple languages, nor can they create societies that are technologically adept. It's a weird comparison to the crystalline entity, as the crystalline entity clearly worked with Lore to kill whole planets. Lore calls on the crystalline entity and sends the crystalline entity away. That's a serial killer, not a whale. The crystalline entity speaks English. He receives orders shouted to him or to it from the bridge by Lore.
Yep.
And then I wrote in yelling all caps at the end of the episode, because of course, these are notes that I take during the show. Mar, she snapped her crayons. Run! And that's all I have for my notes.
Is destroying or trying to destroy a virus evil? This thing acts like a virus, and yet we're at least given some, I don't know, we're given to believe that it's possible that it was understanding lore and acting on its instructions.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they don't address this in this episode. And the sperm whale thing, I'm like, wait a minute. That whale is not doing anything evil. That whale has no evil intent. It's just eating things. And like you said, no one's controlling that whale, telling them to go eat people. By the way, if that whale were going to eat people, we wouldn't treat them that way. Or just like with Jaws or any other being.
Orca?
Right. The comparison wouldn't hold up. This thing's killing intelligent people.
Yeah.
Intelligent beings. In fact, not even just planets. It's wiping out ships. It goes after a ship.
Yeah. So if it were like a killer whale,
right,
and nobody would be like, oh yeah, That's great.
It's
Let
fine.
it do its thing. No,
We would stop it.
yeah, of course we
Right.
would stop it, just like we stop lions from killing us. So
Right.
the whole premise of the rhetoric unravels here, and Paula's rhetoric is just terrible. She couldn't pass the first level of my rhetoric class. So it doesn't make sense because Jerry Taylor made the mistake of having Picard demonstrate through an actual comparison the way that Starfleet views this crystalline entity. It's not a whale. It's a serial killer. And it communicates with lore and to destroy entire worlds. He can call it on and he can sick it. And it is capable of multiple languages, being able to communicate in
Right.
English without the universal translator from the bridge. So it's all horse hockey.
It's not just a bad continuity thing. Also, it's also how sanctimonious this damn episode is. Because again, I thought it. Again, I like the idea. A lot of the concepts, all kind of stuff in it. I liked it as Trek science fiction, and they just dropped the ball with a few really bad mistakes and their silly little sanctimony about the whale analogy aggravates me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. The crystalline entity can speak multiple languages. And it worked with Data or Laura, I mean.
Right.
And so it's preposterous. A sperm whale doesn't kill on command, and it certainly doesn't show that it can have delayed gratification in consuming something that it is doing for nourishment. This thing takes particular delight in this, and so
Elagabillas, hello there, good to see you. So yeah, but again, why didn't Data know that Laura spoke to it? I don't understand. And another thing, that scene, again, because I like some of the stuff between the woman and Data, but when he tells her that he thinks her son wouldn't approve, would be sad. I thought that was pretty cruel for an emotionless android. Like, all right, the woman's been through a lot. You're going to now destroy her further.
Yeah.
By telling her some crap like this, Data. Now maybe he doesn't know any better because he's Data. I don't know. I'm not so sure. I don't. That's
but you raise a good point. Because Data is cognizant of the fact that she snapped her crayons when they're on the bridge, because Picard orders Worf to take Mar away, and so Ellen Gear begins to act as though she one flew over the cuckoo's nest. It's almost as if she's instantly had a frontal lobotomy. Her brain doesn't work anymore, and so he does the tut tut there and extends his elbow like a gentleman and guides her. And Worf, Mr. Woof, is far too gruff and aggressive to even handle Mar at this point. So then why would he use such devastating admonishment in telling her that her son would be ashamed of her? At this point, she's communicating directly to Data as though Data were Rennie. So it is quite heartless, especially after the way he behaved on the bridge, saying to Worf, and to his captain, no, I will escort Dr. Mar. I think it would be best if I did this. Because why? Because he was showing more compassion. So, Clobby, this is a good thing you've said. I love that you've said this.
The whole thing is really just. There could have been a real good story in there. Hello there, the thing. All right, my man. It's clobbering time for you, sir. Good to see you. It's just a shame. So much sanctimonious crap, and I'm sorry. A lot of this episode is coming down to me. It's coming down to me just flat out disagreeing with the philosophy of it. That woman saved anyone else from getting wiped out by this thing, and let's just say this episode, the previous episode, had never existed. Let's say that didn't happen in Data lore. They didn't have that, and this was the first time this creature appeared. I would still have the same qualms, although it wouldn't have the continuity problem. It would just be like, well, yeah, trying to communicate is all that great, it's great and all that stuff, but if you don't do something about it, it's going to just keep wiping people out.
Yes.
So what are you going to do?
Yes.
You're going to cuddle up to it. Yeah. Screw you,
Where
Picard.
you have alligators where you're from, but not crocodiles, right?
Alligators down here.
You have alligators down there. So let's just talk about this. So, you've got this alligator. It could kill, and you're incapable of communicating with it. So you just allow it to eat the children on the beach. That doesn't make sense to me. And if you can communicate with the alligator and you can control it, ordering it to kill people, and then also telling it when it cannot kill people, do you allow it to eat the children on the beach? The entire apparatus of the entire thought process by Jerry Taylor here is just poo through and through. It is finger painting in your own feces. It is poopy, poopy, poopy. It's a claw-bony poop special.
Your wish is our command.
Right? So,
yeah. So what is your rating of Silicon Avatar? I'll
C+.
give mine C+. Okay. I got to admit, I was toying with maybe giving it a C or a C+. But I give it a C. I was gonna be nice and try to give it like a C- because I like data in this episode and stuff. But I'm gonna go with a D+. I'll give it a plus because there's good stuff in it. The reason why I'm going to go D+ is because the plus means there's some good stuff in this thing.
There is.
You can send yours. Go ahead and send yours all out now. Go make your reviews now.
Oh, the word has been given. The captain has given the order. Fire at will. Please go ahead and leave your grade and brief comments, please, folks.
The continuity error and the sanctimonious bull crap in it just really aggravate me too much. So I'm saying D+. But there you go. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, star away. And I'll start grabbing some of these. We got a limerick to start off with from the great.
We did.
Max Redstone. Here we are. Limerick time. The crystal entity is back. Oh, okay. I gotta watch. I should always pre-read these. Sorry. The crystal entity is back and going a Terran. Planets and ships are left barren, but the crystal did scream when caught in Dr. Mars' beam.
Yeah.
The crystal entity was no match for that Karen.
Max, I love you. His mind is a marvel. Max's mind is a marvel. Love Max.
D- for James Caserta. Thank you, James. It's good to see you here. We appreciate you. Zathras says, C, good episode. Ellen Gear, good performance. True. Yeah, she was good in it. But unfortunately, she was in an episode of NYPD Blue naked, and I can't unsee that. Sorry. So you wanted to tell us about it, so we'd have to think about it. Thanks a lot, Zathras. I'm just kidding. That is a little odd, though. A little bit odd, buddy. I can't lie. Mega Cropper says C. Thank you, Mega Cropper. JT Kirk says C+. The professor performance is quite memorable, even if the data voice imitation scenes are somewhat cringe. The Decker unit is creepy, unconvincing, and a poor imitation of Kirok and Miramani. Yeah, you know what? And I kind of like that lady. I thought that was brutal. What could it have been him instead of her? Just kidding. No, not. Michael Beacom says D-. Haven't watched it since first broadcast. Whole thing can be solved by what would Kirk do? What would Kirk do? Remember Obsession? Whole episode trying to fix data lore plot holes. Crap. Fair enough.
Excellent. Those are wonderful comments, Michael. Love those comments.
F- for Mr. Angel the Chef. He says sloppy writing, continuation errors, meh acting, lazy directing, logical errors all around. Nope. Only point of light is the creature itself, but we get no resolution. Could have been great, but it's not.
Excellent, Chef. Thank you, Chef.
Well done. Hungry Boy says, we've seen the Captain Ahab motif in Star Trek before, done better And this is also another mishmash of other eps.
It is.
Yes, it is. Some writers are meant for straightforward plots, not circus juggling 5 chainsaws of emotionally laden themes. Rating 1 lonely horta.
Hungry boy. What a great review. Oh, God, I love him.
Scuba Pete, C minus.
Oh,
And he's,
and what's the emoticon? I can't see it on my side. What emoticon did he
it's
use?
a green puking thingy or something.
I love you, Scuba.
And now we have the great enigmatic drop bear with, if you will care to do the honors, number 1.
I certainly will. Enigmatic drop bear has only got 3 on this one, and he's given this a C. He says the Decker unit hard at work is somewhat questionable way to seed an episode. The idea was to endear us to the colonists, and he got some way to serving his end in that regard. Yeah, you sort of think to yourself, wow, so is this just like a booty call? We're supposed to be trying to emotionally connect, and then instead we're just thinking of their sloppy, sweaty booty call.
Oh.
So I totally agree, enigmatic drop bear. Right? Sloppy, sweaty booty call. I'm telling you.
You said it twice. Wow.
And then enigmatic dropper says this story is a derivative of Moby Dick with Captain Ahab played by Dr. Marr, the Enterprise crew as Ahab's crew, and the White Whale played by the crystalline entity. Absolutely. I totally agree. 3 of 3. He says the execution of the story. I love it. I love it. I love you, enigmatic dropper. The execution of the story was competent enough. It's unfortunate that the story did not transcend the moral of the story from which it was derived. That would have been better science fiction. I love, love, love you. What a great comment.
Well done as always, sir. Great ED. A Snorty Peepus Cuba says D. The MacGuffin of the entity being hard to communicate with is a contradiction of the evidence in data lore. When lore contradicted it with a communicator and was able to talk to it quite easily. And he said, hey, look, go eat this. Come eat this ship for me, would you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm busy eating a planet over here. Right. No. Look, let's take a few minutes. Call, man. And you'll be good. Just come on. Help a brother out. Come eat this ship. What happened to that? Let's see. As a result of its interaction with lore, the crystal entity should have been aware that humans are intelligent, sentient beings. Yes, and if it didn't give a crap.
That's right.
In spite of that, it decides that humans were merely food and have no right to exist other than to provide it with snacks. Correct. That is correct, sir. But we never find out if the crystal entity is a singular entity or not. So the question remains, is its destructive nature common to the species or an individual aberration? Mm-hmm. Well, we just don't know, buddy. And
yeah,
I guess we're never going to know.
Is it a salt vampire? Is it the salt vampire? Is it the last buffalo? What a great comment, Snortapupus. I totally agree.
I think you may have another one, but I didn't see it.
I'm looking.
See if you can find any more.
I'm looking.
Let's see here. If you want to go ahead and take care of Jill.
I can't see any more from Snorty. I think I got them all.
You're good. I think that was it. Maybe I just. Go ahead.
Hello, you glorious, gorgeous nerd. Anti-derivative Jill, our illustrious communications officer. She's only got a 2-parter here. Well, thank you so much, Jill. And she's given this one a B-. She says, trying to communicate could have been a good redemption arc for the entity had it succeeded. But Data didn't bother to review Mars' program that killed it instead. Okay. There is no 2. Sorry.
That's all right.
I love you so much, Jill. Yeah, I totally agree. Jill. What an excellent review.
J25 said, I thought Data have the colonist journals was a little odd.
Yeah, I had to start that comment, Clobby, because I just thought that was a really great comment.
You think?
It's a very unique perspective, and I thought it was an interesting
Little convenient.
take. Yeah.
Little convenient. But I mean, that's not outside of his capabilities, but yeah.
Yep.
Eric K. the Bronze Ranger says D. I fight for the right I think he means of Snorty to eat salmon and seal, and Mark D with a C to build planet killing machines. No idea what that has to do with it, but I support them. Fair enough, Bronze Ranger.
Is it the Doomsday Machine? But Eric is bringing up a good point. Is this the Doomsday Machine, or is this the Salt Vampire? And this was, who said that? Was it Wolfie who said, no, it was Hungry Boy who said, this is a hodgepodge of different episodes.
Yes.
And you can see our brilliant, nerdy, and geeky community coming forth to demonstrate that by giving exemplars. And there are exemplars aplenty. So thank you for these amazingly good reviews. I love each and every one of you.
Indeedishness. Max Redstone says, C. This show played out like a Lifetime TV movie, Crystal Vengeance, a mother scorned. We are left with so many loose ends. Where did this thing come from? Is it sentient?
Yeah.
We will never know. Was there actually evil intent? Or that's the thing that got me the most. How do we know this? It seemed like it from data lore, but then they never really knew for sure. So it's just a mess. Does it feed on what it can? Thanks to Dr. Marr turning out to be a Dr. Karen. We'll never know. Riker should want revenge, or shouldn't he? Raspberry. But you know what? At least she made sure he'll never kill anyone again. So there you go. Kal-El says, C-. This episode explored some interesting concepts, but with the plot holes, it just wasn't executed as properly as it should have been. The sanctimonious sermon with the whale analogy, after it was established that Lore had worked with the crystal entity before, seemed contradictory, to say the very least.
Yep.
Yes. Indeedishness, sir. It's not quite as bad as the woke garbage that we have to suffer through today, but it's close. Yeah.
Love you, Kal-El. Love you.
I hear you, partner. I hears you. Wolfie says, rating C, the crystal meth entity. The crystal meth entity. It smells like they tried to find the frequency of wind-breaking noise by eating energy rations for a week and playing it back through the main deflector. The hell?
I'm sorry.
Well done.
That deserved 3 desk slaps. That's so good. Love it. Love it. So good.
Oh my goodness. Chuck Marble says, I give it an M for meh. To just kill it when they had, a chance to communicate was anti-Starfleet. Really, just like that. Liked Picard knowing it had the same right to be in space as them. I mean, yeah, that's true, but they were still killing, and you had, I could understand where. It was behind me. There we go. There we go. Let's see here.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to walk up to the Doomsday Machine and be like, "Look, you have just the circle of life." Break out the Elton John. It'd be like going to visit with a tiger or a lion and saying, I have no right to defend myself. You belong in this galaxy as well. No. I say no.
Well,
I say...
Didn't like that Riker seemed out for revenge too. I mean, he was angry, but I don't know if I got the vibe that he was really out for him. He was pretty upset, obviously. But he didn't say much. He knew he wasn't gonna tangle with Picard over it. Felt the CGI was good for its time, still holds up. Did not like the Keela Mar, was that her name? Character, but felt Ellen Gear did a fine job with it. Let's see here.
Yeah, Chuck and Clobby, I hate the spellings. I hate it when they pronounce it Keela, and when it's Kyla, and just the spelling, like the phonics. Hooked on phonics, folks. Hooked on phonics.
Troy wasn't well written. Yeah, really, she really is. She should have been helpful, but is quiet on Mars' frame of mind. Hated that this ep halted further development of the entity. What was it? Where did it come from, etc.? Let's see here. Good concept, but the writing was derivative and really lacking. I also felt that the resolution falls short with no explanation about what happened. Why did that happen?
No,
Sorry. Well, about the nature of the crystalline entity, missed opportunity. Yes, indeed.
Sorry, when the chat jumps, I can't. I click
happens.
on it,
No
and
problem.
and then it does stuff.
No problem. It can't be the Doomsday Machine. No crazy Commodore. Yeah.
Yeah. Monkey Jeebus just walks through the door. Monkey
Hey!
Jeebus!
Monkey
And James Caserta
Jeebus!
says, Lions on Broadway.
Monkey Jeebus, good to see you there, buddy.
And I just wanted to say to Chuck, yeah, I totally agree. I think it's weird that Troy wasn't more forceful in the violence that Mar intended, and she could have played a pivotal role in, quote unquote, saving the day here. And I really like that you said that, Chuck. Thank you so much for that.
Mr. Tickletrunk says, D, Limerick version, add one crystalline entity and a woman's revenge decree. The crowds did depart, writers sniffing their farts. This was the slop bucket of TNG. Wow.
Yeah, Mr. Angel says you don't negotiate with something that's eating your legs.
You don't. I'm
Right?
sorry. I mean, giving it every chance is wonderful in theory and all. But when Jaws starts eating all the kids on your beach, you bring Roy Scheider and Robert Shaw and Richard Dreyfuss in, and you just take that sucker out. I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let's say
no one said, save the doomsday machines. Like, where are all these doomsday machines? Where are the protesters? Justice for doomsday machines. Save the doomsday machines.
And while it's true, it's very highfalutin to say it had every right to be out in space as we do. Yeah, but if it's going to start killing us, what are you going to do? Let it do it? It doesn't have a right to kill it and whatever it wants to.
It, right? This is just it.
Mark D with a C for our final review of this episode of the evening. B, I like this episode despite the continuity problems and the Decker unit on the prowl. It's no devil in the dark in terms of communicating with a new species, not even close. But was Mar right?
Absolutely.
I think she was right.
Barbecue that thing. It's a serial killer. It's not a whale.
The scenes between Mar and Data discussing the loss of her son were well done. So yeah, I kind of like the Data stuff in it and touching. What if they had been able to communicate to learn the creature's true intentions? That would have been one thing, but you still, I'm sorry, you still got to be careful. Let's see here. Would Picard have destroyed the entity if it was truly evil, like Rejak, or more like Galactus? I don't know. It was kind of a Galactus type, except not all powerful. That might have been more interesting, but we'll never know. You're correct. We will never know. What do we got going on here now?
Yeah, just some really good comments that we have to put up. I'm sorry, we have to marquee them.
Truthless. Troy is useless once again. Yes.
Yep. Look at Hungry Boy.
Do the machines need safe spaces?
Watch James. James has got a good one.
Did Spock ever say, let's study it, like he always does?
Yeah, let's study the Doomsday Machine. And then Pop Culture's got a good one here. Listen.
Well, let's see. Save the Doomsday Machine. Doomsday Machine did nothing wrong. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much.
I love you all. Love you.
Yep, it was a dangerous little thingy there.
Zathras says that we should let it eat Troy and Wesley.
Oh, yes. Let it stick around, make itself useful. Are we ready for our next and final episode of the evening?
We ready, boss. We ready.
All right. Well, here we go, folks. Our final episode of the evening is Disaster.
Season 5, Episode 5. This first aired on October 21st, 1991. Gene Roddenberry died 3 days after this episode aired. So I would just like to address this. I think it's incredibly important. So I'm just going to go ahead and add the newspaper headline to the stream, and then I will just read off what I put in my notes about this. Okay. So is it showing? Or maybe I'll just, Clobby, can you show that newspaper article for me, please? Did I lose Clobby? Clobby, are you here? Do. Where is Clobby? Oh, Clobby's
I
microphone.
have my mic off, but I don't know why it's not showing. Oh, I know why.
Why?
Because I have the overlay up.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Crap.
Okay, folks, at 2 p.m., Gene Roddenberry, at 2 p.m. on October 24th, Gene Roddenberry went to his doctor's office. He fell short of breath in an elevator to his doctor's office. He was given oxygen. Staff sent for his wife, Magel, doesn't matter, whatever country you're from. She arrived quickly and began to comfort Gene. He was still struggling to breathe when Gene had a heart attack. His doctor performed CPR, as did a team of paramedics. Gene was pronounced dead at the Santa Monica Medical Center. It was across the street from his doctor's office. And so I just wanted you all to know, as far as the timeline goes, this is when we lost this great man. And this is the official newspaper clipping, a front page news in the local paper. And I just want to say how much I love and admire Gene Roddenberry. He's obviously not a flawless person. He had his own flaws, but he was an amazing human being who gave so many people so much hope. He wrote the most difficult type of science fiction to write, which is hopeful. To give people hope, and not only that, to inspire people to edify themselves, to be a better version of themselves through education and through developing and strengthening their knowledge and character. And for that, he will always be the king of science fiction for me. I absolutely adore him, and I miss him greatly. And so as we go through this book, and as we cover this episode, Disaster, aptly named, I needed you to know what was going on behind the scenes. And we lost a great one. And I love him and I miss him. And I hope you love him and miss him too.
I do. Absolutely. Well, by the way, before we continue, that Comic Relief Crusader, I guess we just missed it. I'm sorry. If you want to put your grade up, you said you posted it 3 times. I don't know how we missed it. It happens sometimes. I wasn't watching the. I don't know. I guess we should both watch it when we're doing the starring and stuff. I guess I wasn't, but it happens.
I don't see it here.
It was way back now. Well, but I apologize, Comic Relief Crusader.
I see it.
It's never intentional, my friend.
I see it.
Oh, okay. Oh,
he put an @CLOBBERIN times in front of it.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. He said, I give it a C only because I find it odd that Troy and Picard don't stop or identify the mania that sets in Dr. Killit with Fire's personality. Somewhat 1 of 4 into the episode.
Quarter into the episode, yeah.
Quarter into the episode. Oh, good. I was afraid there was 4 of them, and we missed them. So there you go. Sorry about that, Comic Relief Crusader. Just that we miss them sometimes. My apologies.
Yeah, sorry about that, honey. When I'm reading Enigmatic Drop Bears and I'm reading Jill's, I try and catch as many as I can, and I look for that grade first. And so I missed it, and certainly not on purpose. You're a great part of this community, and I enjoy your company immensely. I'm sorry that I missed that, my friend. Okay,
Gotcha.
so without further ado, let's get back on track, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to be reading excerpts. Let's stay copyright compliant. I'm going to be reading excerpts from Star Trek 365, The Next Generation, written by Paula M. Block. She gets a bit of help from her husband, Terry J. Erdman. And of course, this received the blessing of Ronald D. Moore and evidently most of the cast and crew. And because this is original source material with all sorts of interviews. And so I'm going to be reading extemporaneously from page 224. Let's do it. A catastrophe leaves the Enterprise severely damaged, with Troy in charge on the bridge and an injured Picard trapped in a turbo lift with 3 frightened children and a pregnant Keiko O'Brien about to give birth in 10 forward with only Worf to assist. With an explosion of the ship's antimatter pods likely at any moment, Troy must decide whether or not to separate the saucer section from the star drive section, a decision that would spell doom for anyone still alive in engineering. And then they have a couple of captions for the explanations for photos. And then I will read from page 225. There's another tile, folks. In this homage to big screen disaster epics, viewers found Picard trapped in a turbo shaft with horrors, children, Troy forced into making life and death command decisions on the bridge, and most frightening of all, Worf delivering a baby in 10 forward. The idea, recalls teleplay writer Ron Moore, was to trap the characters in different areas of the ship and follow their individual storylines. The Worf plot came out of our constant search for things to cut against his fierce, hyper-masculine Klingon nature. We all fell in love with the idea of him being the guy who delivers the baby. And Michael Dorn liked doing comedic stuff. I think he got tired of us beating him up all the time. Typically, we took him to some planet with a tough alien culture, and then we'd fall back on the stereotypical, these guys were so tough, they kicked Worf's ass. Delivering a baby was much more fun to him. For the trials of Troy, Moore decided to put her to a command test and put all the big decisions on her shoulders. However, he admits that wasn't exactly fair. It's like the Navy, he explains. She wouldn't be in the chain of command to be in charge on the bridge in a situation like this. According to Jean's Bible, she's essentially in third in command. However, let's keep going. A medical officer on the U.S. Navy ship wouldn't technically be the next one in line. You never saw McCoy command the Enterprise, although he outranks Sulu. But I wanted to bend the rules because it made for an interesting character piece. Moore would make it up to Troy in the 7th season, Thine Own Self, where her command potential would play out more fairly. But it was the captain's predicament that he most looked forward to writing. I put Picard in the turbo shaft because I wanted to make it rain in there, Moore says. I've been reading all about NASA's giant vehicle assembly building at the Kennedy Space Center, the one they used to assemble the Apollo and Saturn rockets and the space shuttle. At the time they built it, it was the largest interior space that had ever been enclosed in terms of volume. And they had a problem with clouds forming near the ceiling, and rain actually came down. The engineers had to figure out how to deal with that. I had this notion that in a really tall turbo shaft, an enclosed space, that when all the power went out, it might start to rain, Moore said. The danger would be with lighting lancing through the tank. Unfortunately, he said with a sigh, anything that has to do with water on a set is an enormous pain in the ass. It's too cost prohibitive and takes forever, so we couldn't do it. But that's the only reason Picard is in that turbo shaft. And that is all the block text has to say about Disaster. Captain, what did you think of the coverage? And what did you think of the episode?
Interesting coverage about that. And that's, of course, what they said at the outset of the coverage was the first thing that came to mind as well. The disaster movie, the Towering Inferno type thing, episode like that. I thought it was a pretty entertaining episode, to be honest with you. I mean, it's good character stuff. It's not like a deep science fiction Star Trek story, but I kind of like the idea of, if you look at the graphic I put up there, with it split the story in 5 parts, and seeing Picard stuck with the kids, I found amusing. Seeing the stuff with Keiko and Worf, because I like Worf, and even Data gets a few fun bits with him and Riker when he going through the corridors there, and or the crawling through the conduits, and him taking his head off, all that kind of stuff. The stuff on the bridge, I like Ensign Rowe. I thought the stuff with O'Brien and Ensign, I don't know, the whole thing I just found to be at least a fairly entertaining, solid episode. Everyone got something to do.
Yep.
I don't know. I thought it was okay. It was, again, just nothing great or anything like that, I don't think. I thought it was pretty good, though.
Yeah, I actually really, really like this episode because this actually showed that Ronald D. Moore could write a script in which we focus on testing the mettle of these characters and their strengths and their weaknesses. But science fiction saves the day. And science fiction saves the day because they manage to continually inject the science fiction into it, and then it keeps me interested. We see this decapitation of Data. We see the fact that he can basically depolarize this particular charge, and so it piques my interest. It keeps me interested. I think that if we wouldn't have had these different encounters with this futuristic science fiction, with these futuristic technicalities, I think I would have given this episode a terrible rating.
Right.
But I think it shows that you can do what Ronald D. Moore does, as long as you make sure you do what Gene Roddenberry does, and that is give me science fiction. If I wanted to watch science fantasy, I'd turn on Star Wars. I'm here for science fiction, not science fantasy. So this one gets a pretty good grade from me.
See, I agree with that totally, but I don't mind character episodes.
Mhm.
Yeah, if you got, the TV of the day had 20 something episodes. So, if you want to do an episode here and there, my problem is when you don't do enough of the real science fiction stuff, when there aren't enough episodes that deal with what I really want to see with Star Trek, the science fiction, the hard science fiction stories, things like that. If you do enough of it, like I said, I've said this a couple of times in previous seasons, I would say they really didn't earn the right to just give you the silly character episode or just the basic small character episode as much, because they didn't give you enough of the best stuff that Star Trek's supposed to do.
Mhm.
And they started doing that a little bit. So when you give us stuff like Darmok and things like that, you can do this. And
Yeah.
I liked it.
What can I say in response to that other than perfectly said, Captain? Perfectly said.
Yeah, I thought it, all 5 of the stories kind of worked. I think they did a pretty decent job pacing it. And even look, you say what you want about Troy. We make fun of her here. I don't like her much. I think they handled her pretty well. I think that was a pretty interesting. And again, she kind of knew she was in command. And let's face it, O'Brien helped her through a lot of that stuff. And even Ro, who was being the contrarian there, and being was opposing her and stuff like that, was being helpful to her because she needed all of that. She's never been in any kind of command situation like that. She needed that
Guidance.
I think.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think it's a solid, entertaining episode with the characters that, as long as you don't try to do that something every week like that. And in this case, there's no really annoying B plots. It's all one plot tied together from 5 different directions. Even, you don't get much with the Dr. Crusher and Geordi bit, but it's enough for them to be occupied. And again,
the odd pairing in itself, I think, works. Don't you think that? I think that the fact that they went out of their way to create these odd pairings to accentuate and test the strengths and weaknesses of the characters, I found to be quite intriguing. And just when I started to get a little pissed off, I beg your pardon for using profanity, but
that's right.
Before I start to get angry, more science fantasy space opera crap, they serve me up some really cool science fiction where I'm like, oh wow, Data can do that, or
yes.
Wow, that happened to the bulkhead, or are we going to separate the D? And because of that, I stay interested, and then they infuse humor. And so I don't know, it just the whole soup of this episode works for me. But I think if you removed a single element, I would enter into the Clawbony space, but I don't here. I feel great, and I enjoy myself here.
Yes, it is an enjoyable, well-paced episode. So I did like it. Yeah. So, and all I meant by saying nothing great is because it's not your not one of those fantastic top teners or anything like that for me. But I found to be solid and highly entertaining. So, what is your ranking, or do you have more notes?
I have notes.
Oh, you do. I'm sorry, I kept you from having the notes. Go for the
No,
notes.
that's okay, boss man. I'll get through them quick.
No, go. Take your time.
I put in my notes, having everyone switch roles is terrific. However, the downside is it's a little bit Love Boat meets the Titanic. It is rescued by science fiction. I love these unusual crew pairings because they manage to produce some great moments with Data and the Decker unit, with Picard and some lovely children, placing a sweet pea of a little girl in charge of Picard and their mini crew. And they're inspiring little nerd girls everywhere. Then we have Worf delivering a baby. And I love it when the cute little nerdy girl, who is just a darling little sweet pea, says, when he asks about a song, she says, well, let's sing the Laughing Vulcan and his dog.
Yeah, that was
great.
I don't know that one.
I don't know that little ditty myself. And I
think that was funny.
I actually put in my notes, perhaps Max Redstone would like to imagine the lyrics for us. So Max Redstone made it into my notes. I was thinking of you. Then I put Geordi and Bev in the cargo bay. Great odd pairing. Ensign Rowe O'Brien and Counselor Cameltoe. And then I put decapitated Data. And I really loved the quote, "That's not the correct port, sir," because it not only is it just dirtier than heck, but it's just so funny when he starts to contort his face. I love Brent Spiner, and he gives a brilliant performance here. And seeing him decapitated, he's a marvelous human being. I love this man. I've met this man several times in real life. To the point where one time when we walked into a con and my husband called out to him, he stood up at his table where he was receiving others and waved to us and yelled hello. He recognized us. We've met him so many times. He is a marvelous human being, Brent Spiner. Absolutely adorable human. Love, love, love him. And then we've got Worf complaining about Keiko. I absolutely love the part where Worf says to himself, not to Keiko, but to himself, I will smack the child to induce breathing. It's just so funny. Just love it. Just love it. Just love it.
Yeah.
It's a heck of a lot of fun. I love
a fun
this
episode. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Absolutely.
It is. But if you remove the science fiction from it, it just becomes the Love Boat.
Yeah.
And that then it would be, but no. Humor and science fiction saved the day. Clobby, Captain, my captain. I give this sucker an A.
Excellent. I too give it an A. Again, I like the stuff with Picard, and seeing Picard outside his comfort zone with the kids in the turbo lift was of course a nice touch as well. An all around entertaining episode has that that's split into 5 parts. Not easy to make a consistent entertaining episode like that. To split up like that. So everyone, now, please, before you all give your you can go ahead and start putting your ratings now. Before I read them, I think we should to actually talk to one of the stars of the episode.
Worf, has the baby turned?
I'm not certain. Can't you tell?
Worf, have you ever done this before? Delivered a baby?
Yes. No. Congratulations. You are fully dilated to 10 centimeters. You may now give birth.
Oh, that's what I've been doing.
Yes, just a little insight from there. Shout out to our chief engineer.
And isn't it funny that Mark, who is such a great friend to us in real life, I mean, we spend hours talking behind the scenes. Isn't it hysterical that Mark thought the same thing we did, and that Mark, without even talking to us about the episode, gravitated towards these crazy fun moments and really, really wickedly keen quotes. And I would just like to shout out Sci-Fi for Me TV. Sci-Fi for Me TV just walks through the door.
Hey!
Good evening and welcome.
Welcome.
So the word's been given, folks. If you did not hear the captain give the word, the word has been given. Please put up your rating and please include some of your comments. We love to hear them. We're here for you, not us.
Absolutely. Go for it. Get that review in there. We'll try to see them all, and we'll definitely get them all tagged here. Good to see you there. Are you tagging? You want me to tag?
I sure am. I'm going crazy, but when it jumps, I have to let it jump. Otherwise, it will unstar and even star when it's not supposed to. So
yes, yep, I got you.
It's a little slow.
I'm backing you up. So, yeah. Doing good. Okay, now you keep
I'm going
keep at it, and I'll get us started. How about that?
Yep.
James Caserta says F. Did they do a booby trap? Same thing, booby trap. I think I remember the episode.
Yeah.
Was it really like that though? I don't remember it being like disaster. I'd probably have to refamiliarize myself with the episode, James Caserta. I know there was an episode called Booby Trap, but I don't remember it being anything like this at all. But thank you. Appreciate you here. Mega Cropper says A+. Thank you, Mega Cropper. Appreciate that. Zathras says B. The bridge is full of officers and Chief O'Brien keeps it together. Greatness of Colm Meaney shown again. Yes, I love him.
Yeah, agreed, Zathras.
God, he's fantastic. Wolfie says rating B. Love anything where we get sucked out into space. Just hold your breath, lol. There we go. Mr. Tickle Trunk says A-. I think he means minus, or unless he means a separating thing. I guess it's minus. There was so much a setup and payoff, like the doctor talking about her dancing and fitness with Geordie and her being able to reach the button while he did not. Great writing, in my humble opinion. Excuse me. Even Troy being left as acting captain was a great way to justify the episode title. You see, set up, payoff, very unbelievable. She'd be helpful though. Very unbelievable. She'd be helpful though. So I deducted points from an A. Well, remember she did kind of accept the guidance because from the other.
She had to because she's a dingbat. So
right, I'll give points for that being wise enough to do that though.
Yes.
Disaster.
She's not a full dingbat. No,
she was at least smart enough to do that. Disaster is a very unique episode. Instead of you can't modify the word unique, by the way. Sorry, but I'm just teasing. Instead of I had to mess with. Instead of I'm just messing with it. Instead of a slop bucket, this ended up a fun gumbo. I need me some gumbo. I need to go get me some gumbo.
I think that Mr. Tickle Trunk's very clever, so I think he actually did the gumbo thing just for you. That's the way Mr. Tickle Trunk rolls.
Thank you. A funbo, in fact, if you will. I need me some turkey sausage gumbo right now. My mom makes great. Could have been a mess, but ended up greater than the sum of its parts. Thank you so much, Mr. Tickle Trunk.
I love that human. He's so good.
Mr. Angel says B+. Chef says a good, intimate episode focused on character development has that claustrophobic feeling a disaster has, bringing out surprising facets of the crew. Excuse me. The ship becomes big and small both. Indeedishness. Absolutely ishness. Kal-El says A. See, this is what happens when you don't update the firmware on the ship's shields. One little quantum filament and the whole ship is rendered inoperable.
I love Kal-El.
He knows his ships now, I'll tell you that.
He does.
Still, seeing Pihard being forced out of his comfort zone was interesting to watch with how he dealt with the children during the crisis. Worf's reaction in having to help deliver Keiko's hang on. Got it. It's not right.
Spawn. Delivering Keiko's spawn.
I gotta find it first. Oh. There we go. Babies was hilarious, but he came through in the end. However, the silver lining of this episode is that it showed Picard. Hang on. As the true leader that he can be, and why he was entrusted with the command of Starfleet's flagship in the first place. I agree. He should be in command of the Starfleet's kindergarten wing for sure. I think he should be teaching kindergarten. You're right. I'm just sort of not kidding. Hungry Boy says, B-. Sometimes science advances via trial and error and mistakes, as does scripting. Thus, with a Fubsy forgiveness. You always like to do that to me, don't you? It's a fab cheeseburger. I could use a cheeseburger right now. Well, use it for what a cheeseburger is used for. I mean, okay, yeah, but you know that. It just makes sense. Was that the only one for Hungry Boy?
I think so.
Okay. Sometimes I forget to look at the number. Okay, well, I guess that's the only one for Hungry Boy there. Okay, I'm sorry.
There might be more coming. I'm here.
Here we go. Let's see here. Max Redstone says, B+. The ship hit a quantum filament, dozens dead, hundreds wounded, stranded in space, antimatter containment failing. Could it get worse? Yes, because Troy is in command. That's worse, buddy. No one could argue with you on there.
Harry Boss, did you see that?
No. What? Oh, yep. Okay, yep. Okay, Hungry Boy. Yeah, sometimes I forget to see if that's the numbering. Thank you. Where were I? Max, right? Max. There are lots of stories going on. At least 5 different perspectives on the same plot with Troy, Riker, Worf, Picard, and Geordi and Crusher, each having their own separate storylines.
Yep.
Yes. And they did it, and that's not easy to juggle, so they did a nice job with that, I thought.
Yep.
Let's see here. Was there more from Max? Let's see. Oh, yes, there we go. However, the result is chained together very well enough to be entertaining. Picard must suffer. Yeah, Picard must suffer. But let's face it, O'Brien and Data's head saved the day.
It's so true. It's so true. There's so much charm. The science fiction and the charm and the comedy. Yeah, I totally agree.
Absolutely, isness. Let's see here. We have this is one. Well, I'll let you do this one and then an enigmatic dropper. But first, this is the one by our wonderful antiderivative Jill.
Hey, gorgeous. Hey, you nerdy, gorgeous girl. A-. Didn't have time to rewatch. We see how resourceful they are, how they work together in an emergency, the brilliance and sacrifice of Data, and what a great midwife Worf is. Love you, Jill.
Yes. Now the great ED, and then drop there.
And Chucks are coming down the pipe here, so I'm going to try and grab Chucks while I read Enigmatic Drop Bear. So if I make a mistake, be nice to me, folks. Be nice to me.
Be nice.
Okay, Enigmatic Drop Bear. He's got a 3-parter here. He says, B+. What in the galaxy is a quantum filament? One wonders whether the writers were inspired by the air pockets that cause severe turbulence in aircraft. Very, very cool. Was putting Troy in charge a deliberate stitch up courtesy of the writers? Her subsequent sensing of anxiety in the ship's crew seemed to add weight to this being an in-joke. Worf in the role of midwife was an enjoyable piece of levity in an otherwise omnibus of deadly predicaments. This was a fun episode. Enigmatic Drop Air, I totally agree.
Yes. Absolutely. A lot of fun. Says, hey, funny, thoughtful, but still respectful to all parties.
Yep.
Thank you. It is time for some Snorty. All right. Snorty, argue Red Ray. Here we go. C-. Disaster is an apt name for an episode which employs a number of disaster cliches. Why do the turbolift cars not have some mechanism to prevent them from going into free fall? They did. It just they're perfect. I guess. I think they did. Did he mention it? Anyway, Anyway, and turbo lifts don't just go up and down; they go all over the place. But anyway, I don't know, man. You got me. Somehow, Geordi's visor is not able to detect that a wall is hot. Why do the Enterprise's bulkheads contain a material that's flammable and emits radiation when ignited? He's an engineer.
All the engineers come forward and they complain. I love it. I mean,
And he's a bare engineer. I don't know. I hope you're not. I thought it was rhetorical and you weren't asking me because you got me. In the cargo bay, the control to close in cargo bay, the control to close the external hatch and the control to repressurize the bay are nowhere near each other, almost costing Crusher and LaForge their lives. Those crappy Starfleet engineers, I'll tell you. Why is highly volatile material stored in a general cargo bay along with everything else and without special fire suppression and containment measures? The OSHA is not strong with this one. Well,
so true.
I better not say on air what I think about OSHA. Let's see here. In a real military organization, Troy would be classified as a limited duty or staff officer and not be eligible to command the ship. Rowe would have been next in line on the bridge, according to Snorty.
I defer to all those in the know of military in this regard. These are areas I never profess to know things I don't know. And I don't know a lot. And these are among the things I do not know.
Well, yeah. And Snorty is, I defer to him as well. At least we are treated to another classic Worf line. Congratulations, you are fully dilated and 10 centimeters. You may now give birth.
It is a great line, isn't it, Snorty?
Attic K says C+. Counselor Hamilton in charge of anything is laughable, but I think the kids made a better crew and Marissa made a better first officer by far.
What a darling little girl. Hey, Eric, it's just inspiring little nerd girls everywhere. And I just think it's absolutely marvelous. 1991, people, 1991.
Let's see here. C+ for Michael Beacom. No stupid A-B plot, thank goodness. Nice try to do sci-fi disaster flick. Worf's plight alone was good. TNG diluted their tech with too much inconsistency from ep to ep, though. Well, through ep and ep, but through. Does he have another one? I think that's the only one. Okay.
No, but that's okay. And the Worf, he let us know that was because of autocorrect, and that was an excellent comment, Michael.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Thank you, Michael Beacom. Yeah, right. And Amanda Bar says, I give it a B+. This was a pretty dang good one. Funny in a lot of ways. I enjoyed the shakeup of positions in this episode. Mr. Angel. Oh, there's a second one for Mr. I didn't know you had a second one, Mr. Angel. Maybe
it's because he's packaging them so that they're on their own. So Chef doesn't want you to be stressed out when you can't locate the comments. So he tries to package each one of his comments so they're standalone. That's why he goes one of one and then two of two. He wants to signal. He wants to signal to you that he made more than one comment, but they don't rely on one another.
Oh yeah, no, that I got. I just didn't realize his first one. I don't remember him doing his first one. Remember, my memory.
That's okay. It's a lot of comments.
I hope I did his first one.
Yeah.
He says, Picard, we have a problem, but don't worry, we are a ship full of capable officers. We will be fine. Who had duty on the bridge? Counselor T. Sir Picard. Oh crap! Writes last will on the turbo lift wall.
Funny.
Sorry, I mangled that one, Mr. Angel. Wolfie says, this is Molly O'Brien being born right. Yes, that is correct. Molly. Chuck Marble says, I give it an A for its entertaining qualities. Every series before Enterprise had a few episodes that had really fun elements to it, and this was one of the TNGs. Yes.
Well said, Chuck.
I like a fun episode every now and then as well. Nice irony and great character moments. Lives up to its title as it pays homage to the disaster movie genre. Yes, Irwin Allen probably loved this episode. Also, one of the few eps that gives a real sense of the size of the Enterprise D. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. In my opinion, putting many characters in situations where they are highly uncomfortable works wonderfully. Picard, Troy, Worf, et al. Visually excellent, particularly in the scenes involving Riker and Data, indeedishness, and loved the images of the Enterprise adrift with no power. It looked really eerie. Yeah, it did. So much going on in the app. Kudos to the actors and editors. An inconsequential but very enjoyable episode for me. Very well
great
said.
Comments.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like, so insightful. Such great comments. Love them, Chuck.
James Caserta says, Trek is about simplifying complexity, not the other way around for me. Okay. He also says, he's got a couple of them here.
He's got some funny stuff.
He says, is there an up and down in space? Absolutely. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. No, there is. No, James. Well, I don't think it's my call, but I'm going to go ahead and say no. James Caserta says, I hate it so much I almost like it again. Now that sounds like me. That sounds like something I would say.
The next comment's really funny.
That sounds like something I would say, dude. The baby did a great. The baby was outstanding. I've got to throw in there with you on that one, buddy.
Whoops.
That baby really rocked. In space, only the story editor can hear you scream, says Hungry Boy. Wolfie says, why do they have gravity in the turbo lift shafts? Because it's necessary. I would want there to be gravity if I were them. I'm glad. I would be grateful for the gravity, is all I could say.
No, he means in the absence
in the shafts
of the car. Why would there be gravity in the shafts?
Well, I mean, it's everywhere else in the episode. They don't. So I don't know. The whole ship, somehow the whatever generation the gravitational field is working fine because everywhere everyone is in all 5 stories, no one's having gravity problems. So
there's something going on with the chat again.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's happening again. I can't see JT Kirk. He says, can you guys not see my review? I've posted it 3 times. JT Kirk, you're like a friend of mine, and I love your comments. I would never ignore you. Sweetheart, I cannot see you. This first comment at 28 minutes after, that's all I can see. And we have another stupid bot.
Oh, well. I don't know, JT Kirk, because I don't think it's doing what it did last week, at least not as far as I can tell. I'll finish these up, and we'll try to find them.
I'm going to look right now.
Okay, hello there, Dalek 451. I didn't see you pop in. Good to see you. Welcome. I like me some Daleks. We all like Daleks around here. But welcome. It's good to see you. This is definitely not one of my favorite episodes. Personally, I found most of it pretty cringe, but it's okay for what it is. Gotcha.
Okay.
And of course,
something's going on here because I'm telling you, I'm going all the way back to the top of the hour, and JT's not on here at all. Why? I'm wondering why. Can any of our wrenches please find him? I've gone all the way back to the top of the hour, so literally 30 minutes ago.
But you did see that one.
And but I've only got this latest one, and the last 30 minutes, like nothing.
Maybe he got accidentally timed out or something, and maybe
I don't know.
Now?
Wrenches, please help me retrieve my friend's comments.
Yeah, absolutely. We got time. We'll wait for you, dude.
And kill that bot, please.
Kill bots. I'll go ahead and our chief engineer has his review if you're ready. Mark D with a C says, A, loved this episode. Well done and interesting with each crew member succeeding despite being out of their elements and comfort zones. Let's see here. Best line in the episode: I planted radishes in this special dirt, and they came up all weird. Oh yeah, the kid. Yeah. I still wouldn't want Picard to babysit, but he did learn a little on how to deal with kids in this episode. Yeah, he did. The scene of Worf delivering a baby was worth the price of admission. Will Worf start a new career as midwife? P.S. Is it true Wesley is coming back next episode? What do you have to go put a damper on? What you supposed? I'm gonna have to send you to your quarters or to the brig if you're gonna, do that. Try to bring the spirits of the crew down like that. Jesus, dude, what's wrong with you? It must be some kind of technical thing, JT. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that, brother.
Well,
hopefully
we have some forthcoming comments from the King of Wrenches.
Let's see. It says JT, nope, not showing up. Strange.
And there are some more comments. There's also a
Raquel.
A bot.
He was not timed out. Google out. It is Google mods being buttheads. Damn. Oh, there you got one.
He's being ghosted by Google.
Oh Lord. Well, he's back now, I guess.
He's back. Look.
James Caserta, says Kirk is in him interdimensionally trapped. Yes, yes, James, he was in another dimension there, but we got him back now. We got him back in our dimension. JT Kirk says B-. Alternate ending. Hail, hail, fire and snow. Call the angel. We will go far away, far to sea. Friendly angel, come to me. Kids make quirky hand motions. The ship is prepared. Roll credits. Wow, way to invoke one of the worst episodes ever made. Dude.
I know. I knew you were going to comment on that. I would also like to shout out the Comic Relief Crusader for trying to repost those comments twice. They did not materialize for obvious reasons. He was being ghosted by Google. However, the Comic Relief Crusader, thank you for being such a wonderful part of this community and for trying to jump in there and save JT Kirk from his interdimensional.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And his Congress Crusader's grade is grade meh. Pick looks like he's constipated, okay? With the kids, and I expected more with Riker when the lights were low. A general filler episode, Dr. Worf is hilarious, however. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see here.
Did we get Michael Beacom? Michael, where are you? Did we read Michael Beacom's?
I'm not. I don't think we saw it. But maybe he had to head out. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I like hearing what he has to say. I think did we hear
don't
from
know.
I don't know. Michael,
Kal-El,
did we hear from
or
him?
Kal-El. Let's see. Kal-El did say he's right. I don't know, because sometimes we miss some folks. So you got to. We're definitely happy to help out if you tell us.
And it looks as though there are some Google people and some YouTube people ghosting some of you. So please let me know. If you're getting ghosted, you need to tell me, because I notice when you're missing. You're my friends. You're our friends. And we know when you're missing.
Yeah.
So.
Yep, absolutely. Pleasant Valley said he could. Oh, Ensign Rowe, interesting episode. Rowe is a great character. Wish she were in more episodes. I agree with that. Now, she was only in 6, did you say? Or was it 8?
It's 6.
Is it 6? Oh, damn. Well, what can you do? Let's see.
Oh, thanks,
I did? Okay, thanks, dude. Yeah, dude, my dumb memory.
James is like, I'm scared now. Yeah, well,
Yes.
I don't know what happened to my friend Michael Beacom. I hope he's okay. So.
I don't know. We saw him in here earlier. I don't think we got a review on this one, but he might have. Sometimes he tells us there are times and he didn't go back and see the episode for a long time or whatever. So Google goes with Jesus. Well, anyway, I think we're done with our episodes here, but we are.
That's it, folks. We're at the end of 4. What I just want to say, like right off the hop, terrific analysis tonight, terrific crowdsourcing of the good, the bad, the ugly. I absolutely loved your comments. I love the fact that they were on such a huge range, that they were so intelligently articulated. I love you all so much. You guys did a great job tonight. I enjoyed your company immensely. Great comments tonight, everyone. Take a bow. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Pleasant Valley Picker says Silicon Avatar B, good episode, but not a favorite. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, next week, of course, and we got by the way, we have the drawing coming up.
Yes.
Next week episode, let's see here. The game, oh boy. Unification part 1 and 2, however, and a matter of time. So yeah. It'll be Was that 4? I thought it was 3, says Comic Relief Crusader. It was 4. We did 4. Let's see here. Dalek 451. Hail the Clobbering Times. I don't think I've really watched one of your streams before. Maybe I should watch them more often if you're talking about old Star Trek. Well, Dalek, what we do here is we started a year ago, 2 weeks ago. In other words, at the beginning of 2021, reviewing. We've decided to review all 735 episodes, installments of Real Star Trek, which means 66 through 05. Only Real Trek, no fake. Nothing after 05 is Real Trek. So we reviewed the original series, then the animated series, then the original crew films, and now we are just starting the 5th season of Star Trek: The Next Generation. We normally review 4 episodes each Saturday night on Saturday Night Star Trek. We have a big crew. I've seen you in many chats as well. And so, yes, we do this every week, and we welcome everyone in. We love all of our friends here, and anybody who wants to come in and join us on Saturday nights and give their review of an episode after we give our review. We let people, we tell them the rating. We let everyone have a say, and it's very interactive, and we have a good time here. So thank you. Thank you for popping in. Let's see here. Thank you so much, Chuck Marble. I appreciate those kind words, my friend. I appreciate you all being here tonight. So what do we got before we get out of here, Raquel, and before we say our goodbyes? What do you got going on with this book?
Well, hold on for 1 second. Did we get Pleasant Valley Picker, British Columbia?
Oh, I don't know. Did we?
Could you please go to the starred column?
Okay, I thought we did. Let's see here.
Did we get Pleasant? I don't know, because I'm just now checking just because of what's going on with the Google YouTube stuff.
Oh.
I just want to make sure.
Oh, that was the last. Oh, no, that was. I'm sorry, I didn't. Thank you. Disaster. You give A-, or unless it's a separator. Worf as midwife, Picard trapped with kids, comedy gold. Yes, that was a lot of fun.
Okay, so if you're at home and you usually leave around this time because we start saying goodbye to everyone like we're at a Greek wedding, I need you to sit tight. Please do not leave, because I have this little app that does this wonderful little Price is Right thing where it picks names sort of like a roulette wheel, and Mark is going to do it for us. He's going to Mark is going to join us in the stream, and we're going to take your names down and help us take your names down, and then we're going to do a draw for a present from me. I'm going to draw 2 names. Okay, Clubby, did you want me to send him the link, have you?
I sent you the link over Facebook there, bro.
Okay, great. So we're just going to wait for Mark to join us. And then if you would like to put your name in the draw, your name will be put in the draw, and you will get a gift from me. You don't have to do anything for this. You actually don't even have to give me your address or anything like that. So if you're scared about giving out your information and want to stay anonymous and stuff like that, you can still do that. I can send it to your local post office. I can send it to a P.O. box. We can definitely hide your identity here. You do not have to reveal who you are. And like I said, you don't have to do anything to participate here, folks. It's just a gift from me to you, because I enjoy your company and I care about all of you. And I think it's really cool that you show up here and support Clobby, his virtual comic book shop, and your cool friends. So hang out and let's do a draw.
Welcome to our chief engineer. What's up, bud?
Hey, good evening. Good evening. Great show as usual. A lot of fun.
Thanks, man. Thanks for being
Chat
here.
was
with
awesome
us.
tonight.
Thanks for
Everything
joining
was
us.
awesome. Yep. A lot of fun. And now I know how to give deliver a child, right? I've been through that simulation, right? So
you may now deliver the baby.
yeah, I love that. Yep.
What you mean? This one?
Has the baby turned?
I'm not certain. Can't you tell?
Yeah. I got one more put up after. I'll have to play quick, and then I have one.
Have you ever done this before? Delivered a baby?
Yes. No.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You are fully dilated to 10 centimeters. You may now give birth.
Oh, that's what I've been doing.
On the streams too, yeah.
Okay, so we still have over 30 people here
Perfect.
with
Oh,
us.
awesome.
So please sit tight. And if you want, I'm going to get Mark to go to that website to start this
Yep, I have
random
it up.
wheel.
Yep.
And while I'm doing that, would you all do me a favor, please? Would you please put in the chat, please enter me in the draw. And as you put that you want to be entered into the draw, I will star your name and Clobby will read it out so that Mark can input it into the roulette wheel. And Mark is going to put the roulette wheel on the screen so you can see it. He's going to screen share. And it will be hysterical. You guys are going to have a great time. And JT Kirk, you already had the last prize. I don't care. Your name still goes in. It's for anyone and everyone who shows up. And I don't want to put any constraints on the contest. I just want to keep it open and fun. So we're still going to put your name in.
As an added bonus and an extra treat to you all, for every person who joins in, I will eat a piece of popcorn. I know you're thrilled now. I know you all want to join in because you want me to eat a piece of popcorn, don't you? Come on, I'm hungry. You want me to eat a piece of popcorn, don't you? One piece. That's all. I'm just kidding. I'll eat it later.
Listen, Mr. Angel, I have ways of sending things to people through the internet, and your name's going in.
You're still eligible there, okay, if you want, man. And JT,
yes,
too?
Of course.
And JT, you guys won before, but that's cool.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Oh, no.
Good. JT says, okay, then do it. Yes. I hate to hog. No, you're not hogging. You're cute and you work hard and you help us. You're like one of the police officers of our chat. Are you kidding me? You're the security of Clobby's virtual comic book shop, and you're smart and funny and you're my friend and I love you. So don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
How about a bowl of ice cream instead? If I had the bowl of ice cream here, I would do it. How about an M&M? I promise not to misgender. So
far, I think we have 11 names. 11 names. So, Clobby, if you wanted to go to the starred tab, I will continue to look at the live tab. And Mark, could you please screen share and show us that wonderful wheel of fun? And Clobby will read off the names and you can put them into the wheel of fun.
I am now holding in my hand, folks, a piece of popcorn. No, sorry. What do you want me to do then?
I'm actually cut and pasting from the
chat. Are
you?
Okay, beautiful.
Yep. So, because I can't spell everyone's name.
That's okay,
I can't spell it to begin with.
Okay, so Mark is entering the names. Please share your screen.
Yep. So let me
when you're ready for me to read
let me pull this over to another tab and let me pull the
wicked. Thanks, hon.
Let me pull the chat back to another tab. Hold on, while I engineer here. So
that's it. That's right. I want me some jambalaya.
Yep.
So what? Just let me know what you need me to do.
Yep. Let me get the StreamYard. Sorry. Yep. Let me get the StreamYard. Let me share a screen.
Oh, this is so exciting! I have such good prizes.
This is cool. Yep.
For you all.
Yep. Okay, so hopefully you can see that.
Yay! So as you can see, this is a randomizer, and it's got all of your names in it.
And I'm sure I'm missing some. So yeah,
let's make sure. If you want to be in the draw, remember, you do not have to reveal who you are. I will send it to a post office. I will also send it to a post office box. I can send it under your name, your internet handle. You'll be completely safe. Okay, so don't worry about that. No one is going to find out who you are and what your name is. So if you, yes, of course you can get in. Get Dadman walking in there. Oh, Mark just put you in, Dadman. You're in. Okay, so how many people is that? So this is who we have. So let's be clear, folks. We have JT Kirk, Eric K. Oh, we need the Comic Relief Crusader.
We got JT Kirk, Anti-Derivative Jill, James Caserta. You got him on there? Okay. Dad Man.
Yep. That's it. Yep. James. Yep.
I see Max Redstone's on there. Mr. Angel on there.
Mr. Angel is on there. Yep.
And our Jill is missing from that list. Put my Jill on there.
Let's grab Jill.
Pop Culture Republic. You got them. Comics Relief Crusader. You got him.
And Chuck Marble.
Okay.
Chuck Marble.
Yep. And Snort of Poopus.
I got Snorty there.
Okay, good.
Eric K is in there.
Chuck Marble. Where is my anti-derivative? Oh, there's
No,
anti-derivative.
what about Hungry
No.
Boy? I think he said no.
No, put him in anyway. Ignore him.
Ignore him. Okay, ignore him.
He's actually a close enough friend that I could just boss him around. The answer is no. Your name's going in anyway, Hungry Boy.
He said no. No, he said so cool.
Good.
Let's see. Yeah, we don't want to miss anyone. You know,
Yes.
this has
See,
got to
isn't
be
this
approved
fun,
by.
Mark? I love this thing, this Wheel of
That's
Fame.
cool,
I've
yeah.
been using it for years. I adore it. It is such a great and wonderful and fun way to draw names.
Very cool site. Yep.
You didn't need to star him. I guess you just put everybody's name in there then.
Yep. Well,
Yes,
we just want to make
exactly,
sure we get
Claudia.
everyone. Yep.
Because we only have 12 starred, but you're doing.
Oh, enigmatic drop bear. Enigmatic drop bear. Put the put
Okay,
the
there we
other
go.
bear in.
Is he
We'll
in there?
send him
Is
a
he still
drop.
here?
Yep. Yep.
ED,
he's here,
you
yep.
still there? Okay.
Let me grab his name. Yep.
Get him
There you go.
in there.
Cool.
Da, 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 da. 32 people. This is great.
Well, he says, Hungry Boy says he said no because he has trouble getting to his P.O. box. That's his prerogative if he don't want it. But,
Oh, yeah. If you don't want it, honey, it's okay.
But
Oh.
it's up to you, bro.
Okay. Yep.
Well, no, because earlier he also said that he would give it in somebody else's
Yeah.
name, but I guess that doesn't really work.
Well, if you win, you could. Oh, no, he doesn't want to have to pick someone else to get.
Vigilante Williamson, we're tell he said what's happening because he was there. What are we giving away again?
I am giving away 2 prizes to 2 of our listeners, our viewers. I do this for every iteration of the Star Trek that we're going through. And so you don't have to do, there's no obligation. We can send it anonymously to you. Dalek 451 wants to know as well. So we're just giving away some prizes. I want free stuff, Vigilante Williamson
Free
said.
stuff. Free stuff.
Okay, put Vigilante in.
Are you a Star Trek
VW
kind of
is
guy?
in.
VW, you a Star Trek fan?
Do you want me to be okay? Listen, I'm going to tell you all the truth about what's going on right now, so that you don't, so it doesn't seem cryptic, because I don't want you to worry. The thing is this: I have 2 copies of the book that I'm reading from. Okay, these books are very expensive. Even in the United States, I believe they're $50 each, but they're also extremely expensive to ship. So I'm doing the draw, and I'm going to wrap up both of these books, and each person will receive one of these books because I'm going to draw 2 names. Now, if it's too much money, I'm going to be sending you a surprise gift. Now, in the past, I have sent some pretty crazy, cool Spock socks. So socks with Spock ears that are official, and they were great fun. And I believe JT Kirk and Eric, the Bronze Wrencher, won the last time around. So if the postage is too expensive, I will be sending you something through Amazon, and it will be a
There's 6,
ridiculous
by the
Star
way.
Trek gift.
There's 6, by the way. Dalek. Hey, I'm a Doctor Who fan, so I say Dalek, right? I mean, but Raquel, in her defense, is not a Doctor Who fan, so you can't expect. Only a Doctor Who fan will say Dalek, right? And she is the official word police. So if she had seen the show, she would be getting it right. She's the best.
Yes, Pleasant Valley Picker, for the TOS, I sent Spock socks because I love them, and I just thought that they were just cool, and I wanted to see Eric in the Spock socks. And what was great is that the guys, JT Kirk and Eric, sent me photographs of their feet in the socks, and it was hysterical. And we all had a very good time with it. It's just me saying, it's just a me to you thing to let you know that I appreciate your company. And it's very important to me that you support my friend Clobby.
It's the Brock
his
book,
virtual
right?
Pardon?
It's the block book, right? It's this book here.
This is what I would ideally like to send to 2 listeners. Now, each one of these books is about $50, even in the United States. I have 2 extra copies. I would love to send them to you. I'm going to send them extremely slow snail mail. That's also why I'm doing this before we finish TNG. So you'll get
You're
it
making
right when we
Snail
finish.
Messiah deliver them?
No, but it would be great if Snail Messiah could deliver them. But yeah, so but if it's insane, like because shipping is really nuts now because of the vid, if it's insane and they want $100 per book to ship, I'm going to send you a surprise instead that will be in the same vein as the Spock socks. Now I have a pretty hilarious joke gift that I want to send you that is exactly like the Spock socks, only enough where Clobby was like, they make that? When I told him what it was a few months ago. So it is a super cool Star Trek gift. So, and that's what's going down here. And so what you're seeing in front of you is a big old wheel of names. And we are going to spin that wheel and to make sure that it is completely random. Now, I just want to ask, Six, darling, did you want in on this? Should we put your name in this draw? Because you put up there and you said that's an amazing gift, Raquel. Sweetheart, do you want me to put your name in the draw as well?
Yeah, go.
Yeah, let's put 6 in, right? Come on.
Yeah.
We don't have a permission yet, but
Yeah, we don't have our permission yet. So let's just wait for a second. 6, if you want in the draw, darling, please let me know. And like I said, we don't have to send this to your address. You can actually just send it to your post office. You don't even need a post office box. We can just send it to your post office.
She has both books.
Okay, good. Oh, so she says that everything's all right. Okay, so without that's it.
Well,
so this is
in
last
case
call.
I'm missing And Raquel, you're not gonna like this, but my mom actually got me that book in Marshall's on clearance for like $6. And she's always looking out for Star Trek stuff for me. So.
Oh, I know. You know that.
She's always looking for me. So in one of those books.
You know the official costume book that was like, I think it was like $80 in the States. My husband Andrew found it for me on clearance here at a regular bookstore, and because normies didn't want it, he got it on clearance for $5. It's an $80 book.
Yeah.
Wow. Anyway. Yeah, exactly. Right. Vigilante Williamson says last call for alcohol. So that's it, guys. This is last call. I'm going to tell the chief engineer to spin the wheel.
Well, I'm going to shuffle the names. I'm going to shuffle the names first, just to be,
shuffle.
Because shuffle the names a couple times, just so make it random, and then we're going once, going twice. I'm going to engage. Let's say I click the spin. I guess here we go. Click the spin. Engage.
Do it.
Engage. Make it so. Number 1.
Pop Culture Republic.
Well, that'll be easy. Well, that'll be easy.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Did you just add it? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, the app does that. I forgot that.
Yep.
Okay, Pop Culture Republic.
Yay!
Congratulations, sweetheart. And let's do it again, please. Remove Pop Culture Republic from the spinning wheel of fun, and let's roll it again.
Hey, Sherry.
Again. Let's
what about Sherry?
Again.
Sherry getting good on there?
I don't know. Where's Sherry? Honey, do you want in on the draw?
I don't know. I mean, if it's too late, if it's too late, don't worry about it.
Well, I can put her. No, I can put her in.
I don't know if she cares, but she didn't raise
We'll
her
wait
hand,
a couple seconds. Yep.
Give her 5 seconds. I mean, she may just heard. You can still get in there, Sherry, if you care about that. I mean, some people, some people.
Yeah. You don't have to enter. We just love that you're here. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, going once.
Pop Culture Republic. Woo-wee! let's just put that up. Lovely.
Oh, well. Let's see. Once. It's okay, but thanks. There you go. Okay, thank you, Sherry. We just wanted to give you a shout out here.
Okay, that's it, you guys. Going once, going twice, going thrice, gone. Spin the wheel.
Oh my God!
The Dadman clan.
Dadman,
awesome.
buddy.
Nice job.
I will get that in order. So if you, Dadman Walking and Pop Culture Republic, you are in no hurry to figure out how you would like us to ship this to you. If you would like to go to your local post office and just accept it general mail under your name or something like that, or if you have a private post office box or anything like that, please feel free to get a hold of Clobby, who owns this channel, over Twitter or through the email that he provides on this channel, and we'll go from there, and we'll get that address and we'll get that shipped out to you, and hopefully I can get the books to you, and if not, I'm going to send you something that will make you laugh hysterically. Clobby absolutely loved it. It's a little piece of memorabilia from Star Trek lore. So let's do it, folks. Pop Culture Republic, congratulations. Yay!
Yay!
Congrats, yep.
Yay!
Nice
There
job.
That's it,
go.
folks.
Wow, nice. Thank you, Chief Engineer.
Well, glad that when the Raquel found that site. Great, that was awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna use that. Yep, that's pretty good. Yep.
Wow. Well, everyone, before we say our goodbyes, we will single everyone out when we do so. My wonderful first officer has I want her to tell everyone about her works of science fiction. And actually, after I could, oh wait, I gotta find it first. I gotta find your link. Well, go ahead and tell it. I'll get the link. Go.
Folks, do you like science fiction? Do you like science fiction short stories? I have some that I think you might like. Would you please, if you like short story and science fiction, hop on over to Amazon. You can download my short stories for under $1. Americans only pay, I believe, 74 cents after the exchange. So all you have to do is look up RM Briggs. And I'm not really looking for sales. You know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for feedback so that I can, entice a publisher to consider my short story collection. It's very difficult to publish a short story collection. Publishing houses aren't really interested in it unless you can show that there's an audience for it. So I'm actually really, really into the reviews more than the sales, which is why they're under $1 each. So if you like Philip K. Dick, if you like H.G. Wells, if you like Edgar Allan Poe, especially Edgar Allan Poe, you like that sort of bend, you might like my stories, and I would really appreciate your support. And I definitely would like to shout out to all of those who have already left amazing reviews. Just left a lump in my throat, almost cried for a couple of them. You guys are amazing, and I love you. So RM Briggs on Amazon, download them onto your Kindle or onto any device.
Wonderful. Thank you, number one. No immediate show notes, everyone. Just gonna say that in a couple of weeks, in February, I'm not exactly sure of the day, and it might be but show number 1000, Clobbering Time's 1000th episode, and I will make sure we're gonna celebrate.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
The big 1000's coming up. So yeah, we'll do something. We'll do something fun.
Oh,
And you're not
everyone in the
renumbering
chat
like
is
that.
upset. They're a little crestfallen that they didn't win. Hey,
Oh.
guess what? You
Who
cute
is?
people. We still have DS9, Voyager, and Enterprise. I'll be giving out prizes for that too. So stay tuned. You
Oh,
can
yeah.
still win a prize. I love you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe I'll do some 3D printed prizes too, because those aren't expensive, and little trinkets from Star Trek that I could print out and give too. So
thanks, Vigilante. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, it's let's see, that will be just under my 13-year mark of doing this. Of course, that'll be 300 on YouTube, but 12,000 episodes of Clobbering Times overall.
Wow.
So 1,000 overall, of course, over the past 13 years. And so
it's pretty amazing. Yep.
And anywho, what we always do, it's a tradition for those who are not familiar with it. When we sign on at the beginning of our Saturday Night Star Trek, and when we sign off, we give everyone a shout out, whether they're still here or not, because we love you. You're our good friends. You're our crew, and we just appreciate. We've got a great fellowship here. Great bunch of friends. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us tonight. And now for the shout outs. Mazarus, thank you so much for being here.
Yay.
Raymond and Sandra Feliciano.
Good night, Felicianos.
I don't know if they're still here, but Thank you, Dalek 451. And by the way, shout out Dalek 451. Thank you for being here. It's great to see you. I hope you will visit us again, my friend. The Comic Relief Crusader, and congrats on winning on the drawing there. Find some outsider, buddy. Thank you. Let's see here.
Kal-El says, Raquel, once your stories are published in a physical volume, please let me know so I can buy an autographed one. Kal-El, that's exactly what I'm gunning for. And I love you. And thank you so much for that. Yes, I will let you know. I promise.
Absolutely.
I'll be announcing it here. I actually have more stories right now, but they're in front of a publisher, so I can't talk about them. So if they're cleared for publishing, I will be so happy, so happy. And Kal-El, thank you for the support. I really appreciate it.
And Mr. Angel, yes, please. I don't do Discord much, not because I just don't think about it that much. But I'd be honored to have you do a disc. If I don't want to put you through any trouble, of course, but if you want to make one, for sure.
You did a great job on mine, so appreciate that. So thank you, Mr.
Well,
Angel.
I mean, like I said, I wouldn't want to put you out, but because I don't use them that much anyway. But I would be honored. Thank you. I think he had to run. I'm not sure, but Lord Thoth, the great LT, Avon lives, and long live the Legion, brother. And hey there, JD Lewis. We're just saying our goodbyes, but it's good to see you, my friend. Always a pleasure. Thank you so much for the kind words. The lovely Six. Thank you so much, Six, for being here. We appreciate you, dear. Thank you.
Yes. Love you.
I think he probably had to run, but my good buddy J-Man. Always a pleasure, buddy.
Hey, J-Man.
The aforementioned Mr. Angel. We appreciate you, Chef.
Night, Chef.
Snorty.
Take care, Chef.
Snorta Poopus!
Cuba.
Oh, my dear.
That never gets old.
Indeed. Never, ever. J25, thank you. Enigmatic Drop Air. Thank you so much, ED. As always, just a pleasure to have you here, my friend. Thank you.
Outstanding comments. Loved your company. Thank you for being here. James Caserta asks, which publisher? I cannot say, James. It's a big one.
There you go. Not able to disclose at this time, sir. Zathras.
Crap.
Hey, little Zathras. Sorry about the pack tonight, buddy. You got down to the wire. I'm sorry about that, my friend. I know you were watching that. It's just a shame. I know how it feels. To get knocked out of the playoffs, it's never fun. Kal-El, buddy. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much, as always. The great hungry boy. You are the man. Let's see. Six says, having a bad night, so I was quiet in the chat. Well, I'm sorry that you're having a bad night, my dear. I'm very sorry about that, but I hope it gets so much better. We love you and rooting for you to have a much better night and, of course, much better rest of your weekend.
Sending you a hug, sweetheart. And you know what? I'm glad that you're here and that you're talking about it and that you're coming here for company. You are amongst friends here, and you are an important person. And I hope you're feeling better. But until then, you know what? We're here. We're here to listen.
Absolutely. Take care and have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Hungry boy, my brother, always a pleasure. Really appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. The lovely Sherry, beautiful lady, thank you for popping in.
Night.
Always great to see you. JT Kirk, bud. Always great to see you, buddy.
Outstanding human being.
Chuck Marble, thank you so much
for
being here tonight. We appreciate you as well.
You were great, Chuck. Great comments tonight.
Mr. Tickle Trunk, thank you, my friend. You were extraordinary as always.
Hysterical. Love you.
As always, great shout out to the great Bronze Wrencher, Eric K. Thank you for all the help, bro. I always appreciate you. And thanks for sending me those limericks things. I appreciate you, by the way. Tyrell 72. Thank you so much, my friend. I hope you are doing well. We appreciate you, and please have a great rest of your weekend.
Thank you for tuning in.
Thank you so much. And they call him Scuba Pete.
Scuba Pete!
And Leslie.
And Leslie. Good to see you, bro. Come see us. Max Redstone, you master of limericks, you. Thank you for all your help, you old rascal. You are an extraordinary innovator, sir, or an innovator extraordinary, or whatever you are. You're something.
Look at all these hugs going out to Six. Do you see what I mean, Six? We love you, honey. You are among friends here. We really, truly care for you, and I'm so happy that everyone's reaching out to show you some love, sweet lady.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You were extraordinary. You're extraordinary. Pleasant Valley Picker CA, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. Wolfie! Tim's talk was here earlier.
We don't need a soundboard with a Kel around.
We got the best one ever. Yeah, absolutely. Just Joe Jobber, buddy. Good to see you. Captain James C. Skywalker popped in for a second. Good to see you. Of course, the great and our wonderful communications officer, anti-derivative Joe. Love you, Joe.
Nerd. Love you, nerd.
Pop Culture Republic. Thank you again, and congrats on that. Cyber Soldier, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And of course, a big shout out. He may be sleeping now. He may be getting tired. He's not feeling well. Our great buddy, Steve Mitchum. I love you, brother. And I hope you get well soon, man. Take care of it, brother.
Yeah.
Beat whatever it is, because you can kick its ass.
Yes, please.
Andy Masterson popped in earlier. Thank you, Andy.
Yep.
Mega Cropper, is always a pleasure. Thank you, Mega Cropper, for being here. We always appreciate you.
And thanks for all the ratings, Mega Cropper.
Thank you. Absolutely. Your Muslim uncle, my friend, always a pleasure and an honor to have you here, sir.
Evening.
Thank you. Samanda Bear, buddy. Thank you. Thank you.
Great comments tonight. Thank you.
The Nerdporio Life Form popped in earlier.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. Snail Messiah, shout out to you.
I love this human. Look at this human. We're so lucky that we get to call her our communications officer.
Indeed.
Love you back, nerd. She's just the best. I love you, Jill.
Indeed, we love her. She's the best. She's amazing. We love you, Jill. You're extraordinary. Snail Messiah, thank you. Michael Beacom, thank you for being here tonight. We're almost there, folks.
Night.
Joe King, I only got to see you for a second pop in there. Again, shout out Vigilante Williamson for popping in. It's an honor, sir. I hope you are doing well, you and yours, and hope your channel is doing well, bro.
Yeah, and I hope to see you again. And there'll be other draws, so you can come hang out. And we got another, you got another crack at it. And Six says, "Nerds unite! It's Revenge of the Nerds."
There you go. Also, she's also not feeling well, but she did pop in for a minute tonight. Janet from Another Planet. Janet, I hope you're feeling better. We love you, Janet. Take care.
Interplanet Janet, she's a galaxy girl.
Yeah. Dad Man and the Clan, buddy, thank you for being here with us tonight. And a shout out to you, and congrats on winning that thing.
Yeah. Clan.
Yeah. Sir John, thank you.
Evening.
Thank you very much. James Caserta, thank you for hanging out with us tonight, sir. You appreciate you, and hope you have a wonderful rest of the weekend. Look who's here. Rod Thunderheart popped in there.
Alberta!
Under the wire, Rod Thunder.
Oh, I missed the drawing.
What's up, buddy?
Hungry Boy says, United Nation of Nerds. I love you so much. Mr. Angel, nerd power.
I can see the song with that, nerd power.
Elagabilis popped in. Good to see you. And the Thing popped in. CLOBBERIN Thing.
You saw that. I put him up on the marquee. I thought that was great. Thank you very much, Chuck Marble. Thank you so much, Chuck Marble.
Monkey Jeebus, thank you.
Monkey Jeebus!
Sci-Fi for Me TV, thank you. And I think we covered them all now, folks. We shouted everyone out. Thank you all so much for being here with us. Like I said, Monday night is Monday Night Comics Talk. I'm not sure exactly what it's going to be yet, but Monday Night Mark C Comics Talk will be here. Same comics, Mark C time, same channel. And of course, Wednesday, I'll be on Loki's channel, 7 p.m. Central. We're reviewing the DC animated film. We review one a month, and that is, of course, Superman versus the Elite. That's going to be a review. That'll be a fun time. Nice. And then, of course, Wednesday night, I'll be back here, Wildcard Wednesday, and Clobby's Clubhouse next Thursday night. And a week from tonight, as always, same Trek time, same Trek channel, Saturday night Star Trek. With 4 more episodes of season 5 of Star Trek, The Next Generation. I don't know why I'm talking like this, but it just happened. I don't know. I guess because I had the word night in it. I don't know what it is. What an amazing run. What a great football player that kid is. I can't believe it. But I know I'm annoying Don and Dandy, Don and Frank, and that's what I do here. This is Howard Cosell. I don't know. Sorry.
That was awesome.
What the hell I'm doing? Oh, sorry, everyone.
Later, Gators.
Take care, everyone.
All right, everyone, have a great night. And of course, always shout out to our wonderful first officer, RM Briggs, for this amazing intro, outro, and a big thank you to our great chief engineer, Mark D with a C, for his
Thank you.
contributions. And thanks for helping us here, brother. Appreciate you.
Yay,
Oh, by the
love
way, there's a link to his description below. Tomorrow night, Sunday night geekery.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Sunday Night
I hope.
Geekery. Yep. Let me.
And please,
I'm sure Eric K will throw that link in. or-
please throw the link in the Mark D with a C channel, someone, if you got it. And please go
pull
subscribe
it
to
up.
his channel and the channel of many other wonderful YouTubers in my description below. So now enjoy some amazing credits created by our wonderful first officer. And for everyone, clobber on, clobberers, or trek on, clobberers. Good night.